Hello and welcome to the AOSC Super Series live on Apex Racing TV and live on the iRacing Esports Network. My name is Sam Fitzpatrick. Alongside me tonight is Daniel Eates and Matthew Norris. Scott Newton operating the cameras as we go into this second endurance meeting of the season. It's the 7th round of season 9 of the championship. And Daniel, we ask the same question every single week. James Scott, perfect so far. He's been pushed all the way through many of the rounds so far this season. He's maintained out on top, but this is a little bit of a tricky challenge, the second enduro that we've had this season.
Yeah, good evening, Sam, and to all the viewers tuning in. Great to have you back for the Mid-Ohio Enduro. And you're right, he's so far he's taken every event that we've gone to so far. He has been challenged quite a long way, and we're in for some pretty stiff competition out there tonight. A few teams lining up already through qualifying to be hot on the heels of the Logitech Altus car currently at the moment. Premier Racing and Pursuit Sim Racing in second and third right now. So definitely everyone's starting to come after these guys, and for James Scott, he's going to have to keep an eye on the mirror.
Definitely, and no, this is a kind of not a legendary American circuit. It's held lots of different series. I believe it's held IndyCar before. It's held certainly the second division in NASCAR in the past. But I kind of think of this place as the North American Hungarian. You got a little bit of elevation change, lots of slow speed corners as well. And personally, it's one that I like, but it's interesting that the admins have decided to use this as an enduro circuit, not usually a format that it's used to.
No, absolutely. G'day, Sam. G'day, everyone. It's if VIR is the roller coaster, I would call this the junior coaster because it's tight, compact, but then there's elevation everywhere. It's truly odd, unique, and yeah, an enduro around here is going to present some real challenges from the drivers and from the actual track itself because it's a doozy.
Absolutely. We're currently in a 30-minute qualifying session. The drivers are just trying to set their fastest time. Of course, a team session we have got tonight. And so that's really going to have to split across the duties between two of the drivers. But of course, only one driver has to set a time during the qualifying session. We can go through the sponsors of the series, which make this championship as fantastic as it is. Acuta providing rigging, safety and height equipment for sale and hire. Your DIY, whether you got a business that you need stuff like that for, go to Acuta. They've got so much stuff, and it's all really well laid out on their website as well, so certainly go to them. Jinx Shifters, who make Aussie-made premium shifters, Prick Bias and ARB adjusters as well. Race Circuit Arts Australia, who make high-quality CNC race circuits, which you can have on your wall. They look absolutely terrific around your room. Sixth Gear Imagery, who do sim racing digital imagery, and you can check out the action shots from this round of the championship and all previous rounds of the championship as well on the AOSC Facebook page. All the images are uploaded on there. They look fantastic on that. Wolf Graphics making Aussie-made stickers, and also West End Mazda 2 Easy Finance and Paramatsu Isuzu Ute as well. Sydney car dealers, led by Jamie McKnight. And thanks to all of them for their continued support from the championship. Here is the championship standings, and you can see how James Scott has been able to build up a gap. It hasn't necessarily come in one or two rounds. It's really just been little bits all the way through the season as others have taken points off one another. Scott has been storming in the race victories, almost a perfect score so far this championship. Adam Briggs moving up into second place, Jordan Ross in third, Carl Stokes fourth, and Corey Shepherd in fifth position. And you can see the rest of the order as well, going back to Marlon McMullen in 10th place. A few other familiar names as well in that 11 to 35 range. Daniel, we often see Premier Racing Team as the biggest challenge, I'd say, in these endurance events. They had a good run of form actually last season. Apologies, I mean Pursuit Sim Racing last season, where I think they won the last 3 endurance races of the season. As far as I can see, they've got one team out here. No, they've got 2 teams out here today to Pursuit. Would you say that they're the favourites to take on Altus, or do you think it's going to be another team who take the challenge to them today?
I think you definitely can't discount Pursuit Sim Racing, I mean, they've always stepped up the game, especially come through the Enduros. And as you say, we saw a big shift in momentum for those guys towards the back end of the last season. So definitely on their way up. Probably the big one to keep an eye on is going to be Premier Racing, who we're all familiar with the unfortunate events that transpired for them at Silverstone, where they were kind of given the dud run there as far as the timing tree was concerned, and ultimately ran out of fuel on the very last lap. But they are fantastic as far as the strategy is concerned. They took it all the way to Logitech Altus at Silverstone there, and there's absolutely no reason to suggest they can't do that again tonight.
Yeah, managed to pull off that incredible strategy where we had a pace car with about 50 minutes to go. The fuel could only go about 40 to 45 minutes, and they managed to edge it out and were very unlucky when iRacing forced an extra lap on them, even though the time was ticked down. And they ended up finishing in 8th place, running out of fuel on the last lap. Hopefully we see anywhere near as exciting a finish as we did at Silverstone. It was quite remarkable to see that race come to an end. We are still in qualifying, so just a few seconds ticking down. In fact, the checker flag is out, so the drivers have to complete the lap that they are on. But then that will be the end of their session, and then we will move into a 4-hour event, 179 laps. It's 450 kilometer event is this one, so 650 kilometers, apologies, is this event, but we're expecting the 4-hour time limit to come up well before. This is a particularly slow speed course, and because at Silverstone we reached the 4-hour time limit, so it's only a matter of time till we reach it here. Affect some safety cars as well. We'll try to take you through the action as we move along. But on the grid then for this round 7 of the championship, it is Logitech G Altus Esports with another pole position. Premier Racing Team were at the head of the qualifying for much of the session, but they just get demoted down to 2nd place in the end. Pursuit Sim Racing in 3rd with SSR JK Science Racing 143. Jordan Ross, that's a mouthful. We're going to need to come up with an abbreviation for that. In 4th, Zuva Racing, great qualifying for Hayden Veld there, up in 5th place. Jordy Sinney, who's gone on a good run of form, lines up in 6th. Next, Tanks SRT, EXG Motorsports, KRF the driver's seat, ANZ Motorsports, Taipan Esports, 126, Centuries Motorsports, lining up in 12th place. Then it's EXG Motorsport Black, Fishy Motorsports, 95 SS1, Fishy Motorsports 080, Pursuit Sim Racing, Racing, Pro Choice Automotive Racing, Riot Sim Racing Red, Fastlane Esports, Frog Leap Racing, United Sim Sports, starting way down the order, watch out for them, and also Thomas Hinz and Jordan Gallagher for Zuva Racing Team and Overdrive Motorsports, rounding out your grid. Slightly diminished field today, with it being the holidays at the moment in Australia, but should still be in for a fantastic event. 25 teams we're expecting to take to the grid. Just got a couple more of them to move on to the starting positions. And we'll soon be underway. Of course, can be a tricky start here. They know first couple of corners. Watch out for a bit of a punt down into the 2nd corner potentially. Just waiting for Jamie McKnight for Pursuit Sim Racing a little bit further down. Doesn't look like he's going to start. Apologies for United Sim Sports. As the lights come on, round 7 of the championship, the 2nd endurance meeting of the season. And away we go. Brady Myers from the pole position. He pulls ahead of his rivals. It's a very comfortable start for the championship leaders. Graham Borg in 2nd place. Furthest up the change has been Sean Thompson to get past Kenneth Lattis. That's a good move for KRF, the driver's seat, to gain a position. Michael Tajancic coming under big pressure from Jordan Ross. Pursuit could be under pressure here from SSR J Signs as they move through turn 2 onto the back straight for the first time. I think Tajancic is just going to have the drive out of the corner to be able to move ahead, but he's still on the outside line. And even though this is a very long race, it's a tricky to overtake course. You really want to stay ahead of your rivals for as long as possible. Great start for David Kimmond for Pursuit Sim Racing 2 a little bit further down the order to make up a few places as he will navigate their way around the first few corners.
Yeah, fantastic start from everyone involved there. No major incidences. They're all working their way single file through the S's on the back section. This spot right here on the circuit is going to be a key area of the guys trying to get the power down as they rise over a little undulation there through Thunder Valley, but everyone at the moment doing a solid job. Out front, Brody Mayer's taken the bull by the horns, maintained that lead. Brian Ball did a fantastic job to jump up into second there as well. So it's been a very interesting start for all these guys.
Yeah, now they start to just separate a little bit, get into a single file. And like I said, overtaking gonna be at a premium around this, so he can make moves at turn 2. It's easy to make a mistake as well around this circuit. And AOSC Talyancic seemingly moving down at the moment. So Talyancic, who set their qualifying time, I believe, for pursuit. But he is just struggling at the moment, and now he's got to look behind at Kobe Jones for Zuma Racing Team, wanting to get past. Actually, further back as well, Kenneth Latta moving past Sean Thompson, so that EXG past KRF. Can he make that move stick? Looks as though he is going to be able to still see EXG ahead now of KRF, and Taipan right on the tail as well. EXG just nipping at the heels. Also, Century Motorsports looking pretty good pursuit. Sim Racing 2 as well, with David Kimmond at the wheel, up 3 places already. The fastest movers. They might be moving their way past this pack of cars wherever you can see how close it is still between the drivers. Less than 1 second separating each of the drivers out. Try to go for a move here. Jonathan Thompson a little bit under pressure just behind. And just has to make sure that he gets a decent exit from that corner in order to hold on. Apologies. Taipan is pronounced Taipan. So apologies to all of that. A new team who I haven't seen before. Is that a rebranding, guys, or is that a brand new team to the series?
As far as I can tell, it's a brand new team in the series. Not one I've seen before.
So welcome to them as we see almost a move on Jordan Ross. That was almost out of nowhere there. Just glanced to the inside, was very deep on the brakes. He's having another look here. That's not going to be an overtaking opportunity, surely. Does stay behind. 1.6 seconds now to the leaders. That's why you need to make sure around this in this series, just stay on the lead lap. The safety car will bunch you back up, so stay on the lead lap. You'll always be able to catch back up to the leader in the first couple of hours of the race. We are guaranteed a couple of safety cars. So just stay out of trouble, but Jordan Ross wants to get past. He feels like he's got more pace.
Yeah, definitely looking very racy at the moment in the Synergy Sim Racing car there. Brian just struggling a little bit on the connection at the moment, but just starting to get that pace coming back through there for him. So looking pretty comfortable. Should see Brian just manage those tyres. He's going to transition off to Corey Shepherd, but Jordan Ross just running very wide through turn 1. So that's a little unfortunate there. That might open the door there for Talyancic. As you see, Jordan go very defensive down into the keyhole. Talyancic a little bit of a bump. Looking for an opportunity to go for a run here.
Here comes the 2-0-1. Getting into the draft. I think he's probably got to go to the inside regardless whether or not he's going for the move, because he's so vulnerable from behind from Zuba. But no opportunity taken by the lots of them. Such experienced drivers, remember, these guys have been in this situation so many times. They know what to do in this car. And also other special events, I'm sure, other endurance events. So they know that this isn't necessarily the time to start battling with one another. Talyancic just allowing the pressure off the JK Science car ahead. Also, JK Science, what's that about, guys? Is that a new team as well? Or is it just a rebranding? I assume that's just a rebranding.
That's just their sponsor, yeah.
Yeah. .6 seconds now between the top 2 cars. With these guys fighting quite so hard, it is going to extend. You can see how close as well, down to KRF, the driver's seat in 9th place. Second down to 9th, all separated. About 5 seconds at the moment. But everyone's just very reluctant to go for moves. It's all very polite racing at the moment. We don't always see this necessarily in the opening lap. Sometimes people are particularly aggressive. But they realise the long game and maybe just trying to hit fuel numbers as well. and happy to stay in line.
It does really seem like Brian Borg is the cork in this bottle, though, because the pace is... The train's really being held up behind Brian. He's running a bit wide there. Caught some dirt on the side of that car. He's really just bunching this gaggle up, and it's going to be quite funny when that finally explodes.
No further action in the incident between the 660 and the number 9. That was... Oh dear, I don't even see a 660. Ah, here we go. Paul Warwick for Fishy Motorsports. And the number 9 was ANZ Motorsports. And ANZ down 9 places from their start. So that was back on lap 1. As are we going to finally see a change for second place? PME Racing Team trying to hold off Synergy Sim Racing, but Synergy are surely going to get ahead, a 10th ahead, going into turn 1. And Jordan Ross does move clear. He's up into second place and 4 seconds behind Greedy Myers. We'll be delighted that he's got that move done. Wasn't a fantastic qualifying for Synergy. They've been able to move their way back up under pressure into the keyhole. But no opportunity for Borg, who's now got to make sure that the floodgates don't open and keep behind the 201 Pursuit Sim Racing car right behind.
Yeah, Michael will definitely be looking at some opportunities here to get alongside Borg as soon as possible and try and bring himself back up into the mix. So I think Borg might just have to set up, maybe tailor it a little bit later for the stint where everyone's going to be really struggling as far as tyre grip's concerned. So maybe just not quite where they need it to be, but yeah, definitely just starting to hold it up. Surprised though, now Jordan's been able to get in front, hasn't been able to quite get away. The Synergy Sim Racing car a little bit lively as they fire down through the S's up into Thunder Valley there. So it's a bit of a tricky handful for the guys to get these cars around here.
100% right there, Dan. I would have thought after he broke free, he would have at least pulled a 10th, if not half one. But it looks like that gap's remained constant with Jordan Ross and Brian Borg. So maybe we've got more to see on this one.
Yeah, let's hope so. As we go back to a couple of the Fishy Motorsports cars. So we've got MM Racing. Again, so many V names. MM Racing? Is that a V brand as well? That I currently got the 007 car with Michael Dumbrell currently racing for them. Is that just another new team?
Yeah, I think I find that's a new team into the fold here, which is great to have the new teams jumping in and to get themselves up in the field at the moment. They're looking pretty handy already. Thomas Hinds just ahead for Zuva Racing. Adam Gilbert, who we saw involved in that earlier issue with Paul Warwick, just a couple of spots ahead. Those guys starting to work their way back up through the field as well. But for Michael here, this is a good initiation for him into the championship.
Yeah, it doesn't get much harder than this for an opening race. What is everyone's times like? So the leader is currently in the 22.7. These drivers are now nearly 20 seconds behind, and we're on lap 8 of the race. Yeah, well, these guys are still on lap 7 of the race. So judging by that, with such a short circuit we have, as we've got a drive into the pits, Thomas Hinds and Aaron Gilbert. So one of the Zuba Racing cars, one of the ANZ Motorsports cars. Is there any idea what that logic is about, guys? That was very strange to come in this early, but seeing that 2 drivers did it, maybe there's some logic to it.
It's an interesting thought for these guys coming in early. I think probably looking at just playing the strategy, get themselves out of sequence for them to dropping out early now will give them a little bit more clear track, so they're not going to be congested up in these battles as we're seeing at the moment. So this actually might work out quite handy for them up until at such point we get a safety car out for the event. But interesting strategy call early on.
I will confirm you cannot make it to the end from here.
Oh, well, that's what you said at Silverstone, no, and you were wrong there, so
I'm pretty confident with this one.
It's a low fuel consumption circuit. You're only on the throttle for, I don't know, 45%. That sounds about right, doesn't it? In these cars. So maybe you could get get to the end. Don't
It-
underestimate them.
It's a high flow circuit, Sam.
Yeah, so it's. I imagine this is one of the lowest fuel consumption circuits. So yeah, driving for 3 hours and 50 minutes on the tank fuel, no problem whatsoever. We won't even need to fill the tank fully up. Oh, tank, please. Zero Racing Team, meanwhile, battling with Pursuit. But we're seeing this story play out a few times already today. And so far, very little change. Synergy Sim Racing just pulling a little bit of a gap out in second place, up to about 0.7 of a second. Although that's a big look up, and also that gap is going to be totally diminished, I think. The gaps are going to be down to just a couple of tenths of a second between all of these drivers once again. But yeah, I'm really confused by that early pit stop. Maybe they think that they were stuck in traffic, want to get some fresh tyres on, but of course, come into the pit, you're going to take on a lot more fuel. And whilst that isn't as damaging as, say, when you take fuel in a single seater, for example, you're still going to lose a decent amount of time with just by with that extra 100 litres or so. No further action for the 660 and the 707 out there. And that is David Kimmond in the Pursuit Sim Racing car, and the 660 is the Fisher Motorsports car once again. So no further action on that one.
Yeah, Fisher Motorsports been involved in a few things. Just keeping an eye too, as we duck back to that replay, just to get an idea of where that unfolded.
Oh, that's a bad corner for that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I've done a decent amount of commentary, or a decent amount of stewarding around this circuit in the past, and that's always a massive problem spot when drivers cut the corner there and then rejoin rather unsafely. And here was the 660 and the 95 just losing a place right there to Simon Chadwick and also David Corman, 95 SS and Fishy Motorsports. Is the 95 SS CNG Sim Racing then? Or is that another team?
That will be another team as well. Simon Chadwick out there. We haven't seen too much of him over the course of the championship so far. He does race a few other series out there, especially in the, I think it's the Jinx Super 2 series that he runs in. And good to see him have a run here in AOSC. He's not that far behind David Kidman, who for Pursuit Sim Racing is already up or gained 4 spots, so doing quite well. Brian Borg's also dropped in the lane for his early stop as well. So if you guys starting to take advantage of those off the lane being open, get out of some traffic and try and find their way through. Just keeping an eye too on those early stoppers that we saw. Thomas Hinz has already been able to get back up to and dispatched of the 22nd position car now, Nathan Clive. So the pace for him in the Zuba car looking pretty handy at the moment, admittedly with that heavier fuel load, but the open track certainly helping his cause here.
It's also rather unfortunate the Pursuit car has changed, or is now the same green as the Fishy Motorsports car, so it makes deciphering an incident between those two a little bit tricky. But if we cast our minds back to Charlotte Roval, David Kimmond had some mega downgrade, like foot down pace in that car, so he should be wishing push forward from that battle there. Now looking at Sean Thompson as he's making his way through the carousel, I believe this one's called. So we scoot back around, and it's quite a tight corner at the end of it. It really tightens up.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
a horrible corner in my opinion. This like long corners, it's something out of Shanghai international circuit. Long corners, they look pretty good. You know, they can create some good racing, but to drive, particularly in these machines, it just takes an absolute eternity for the car to grip up. Behind Sean Thompson at the moment is Marty Hansen and Jacob Knight, and it looks like EXG are going to make up another place. This would be the 4th of the day for them, appropriate for the 4 machine.
It was a bit of a slide, but the grip off the corner was fantastic. He got that move done, no drama.
Yeah, great traction. Up into 9th place, pursues him racing 2, the only other teams who have gained more than 3 places. These guys 13 seconds off the lead, so maybe losing about a second a lap. And with this being a 122-second lap, 80 minutes then? No, 80 laps, which would be quite far into the race until they get lapped. I mean, hopefully we see a safety car before a few drivers get lapped, because that'll keep plenty more in play. That's what a lot of these cars have got to be thinking about. Stay on the lead lap, otherwise if you do fall a lap down, then potentially lose a lap to the car directly in front of you. It can be a little bit unfair sometimes. But that is how the roll of the dice. It needs to keep up this pace.
Absolutely, and one car that's potentially looking at going a lap down is our former second place car of Brian Borg. So they did come in the lane. It was a rather long stop for them, just about a 55-second stationary, a minute 15 total pit stop time. They've got the race leader not that far behind, actually just catch a quick glimpse of him cresting the hill through turn 5 there. So Brian, with the change of tyres, getting back underway, but he's going to have to really motor along at the moment if he wants to maintain that spot, or he's going to have the fingers out and crossed to hopefully get a safety car and pull himself back around as well.
With a guy like Brady Myers in first position chasing him, he's going to have everything crossed, fingers and toes on that one, because Brady has dominated this pace and he's just dominating that gap. It's out to 5.8 seconds from the car behind now. So he's crushing this one.
Really strange.
On the bottom. Sorry, Sam.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, it's really strange why Brian Borg came into the pits. I don't think they changed drivers, did they? I think Brian Borg was in that car from the race start, and yet they decided to keep him in that machine. But that's an insanely long pit stop. 55 seconds. You compare that to Hinz, who was already pitted 10 seconds. We're quite sure why Zuba pitted, and also ANZ Motorsports with 27 seconds stationary as well. So 55 is completely different, and yeah, he needs a safety car right now. You could get a little bit fortunate where potentially, Logitech could get past, but then obviously Borg should be able to go longer before his second pit stop than Logitech's first pit stop, so he might be able to get the undercut there, but yeah, not looking particularly good for him. Of course, we will get a couple of random safety cars, or if we get a particularly chaotic race, there will just be proper safety cars where a driver can't get back to the pits. They need to request a tow back to the pits, and then they have to alert the race stewards, who will then deploy a safety car, very much replicating real-life motorsports on that part. Big thanks to all the stewards as well for continuing their support of the championship. It's fantastic to get some right in the moment decisions on various incidents, and the safety cars really do make this series so much better than what it is. We might even see not sure if it'll be a manual safety car or an automated iRacing safety car today, but yeah, I think we should see Nick Holzer potentially take to the grid later on. And we'll be able to critique his safety car driving skills.
Absolutely. I think we'll definitely see the... Sorry, Coda.
I was going to say one final thought too on the Brian Borg pit stop as well. I'm wondering if they've come in, when they did come in, to get a fresh set of tyres on it and a tyre change, because we just saw the quick shot there of the track temperatures earlier on. It's 39 degrees out there, so I'm wondering if they didn't quite get the tyre strategy right for the incoming tyre pressures. So that's potentially something else that's led to that long stop for them also.
So he's teaming up with Corey Shepherd also. He's top 5 in the Drivers' Championship. Wondering if they're planning to get Brian's laps out of the way early and put Corey in the car to run home. Might be a slightly faster, pacier driver at this circuit.
Kobe Jones gets ahead of Michael Taliancic down into turn 3 earlier on in this lap, or turn 4. It's not sure what they call it to. You kind of have a couple of kinks around that flat out section after the keyhole. Yeah, I don't know. After Road America, frankly, we do have a policy on Apex Racing TV, or at least I have a policy of calling the supposed Turn 5 at Road America Turn 3, because it's the third corner. Don't need to be a genius to work out. That one is a shame because it is an exceptional circuit besides that, but they can't count seemingly in Wisconsin. Anyway, Pursuit now half a second behind Zuba and Synergy Sim Racing, who this number 5 car, Geordie Cine, has just started in 6th place. I thought they may have started a little bit lower down, but they didn't have a particularly massive qualifying pace. Cine has just been improving a lot. Remember Charlotte Roval, I think he managed to get his best result yet. I think he went for an alternative strategy, I believe, on that occasion, not coming into the pits under one of the safety cars. It actually nearly worked out for him decently well for a strategy that almost always turns out terribly. If it weren't for another safety car a few laps later, they would have actually been in the box seats. Would have Cine, and he's also had a couple of good results since. I think Monza getting a top 8. EXG 554 off the circuit. I wonder if they were trying to come into the pits because they've suddenly gone off at the carousel. Or maybe that's just a slight excursion off the track. I think we also had a Taipan as well, gaining a place. Here it is with that. He's all by himself, and it does look like it's going to be in the carousel that this fateful mistake is made, just sliding, and well, he could have come into the pits there, but just running a wheel onto the grass, loses the 1 place.
Would have plugged the wrong gear at the wrong time. It would have had the rear wheels, and that's where that ends up.
Or Pursuit down into 5th, and might be losing out to Pursuit Sim Racing. Have they been able to make it? They haven't. Pursuit staying in 4th place, and Synergy remaining in 5th. And look at Tank's SRT now, with Rob Bowden at the wheel, catching these guys very quickly in that fantastic livery that Tank's SRT always provides. And they are within a second now of this battle for the top 5.
Yeah, great livery on that car, and they're sort of stuck with that colour scheme that they've had for quite a few seasons now. They did chop it up, or change it up quite nicely actually, for the Anzac race last season, but good to see that one still going around. A little interested to see what's going on with Michael Taliancic at the moment, because it just quite hasn't had the pace that we saw earlier on, and he's starting to drop back a little bit. We know he's exceptionally good on the long runs and looking after the tyres and the fuel, so I just wonder if there's something going on a bit there, but doing a stellar job at the moment, still maintaining to hold off Jordan Cini, but he has dropped quite a way now off the back of Kobe Jones.
Yeah, I've seen this a couple of times with Michael in things like Silverstone as well, where if anything he was going down, but yeah, as you say, he is usually very good on the long runs, but it is a shame to see Pursuit just struggling compared to last season. There was such a threat with both cars last season in the endurance meetings. They could really take on Logitech out, so that they were quite a clear second place, and of course they don't have a couple of their big drivers this season. Was it Gilliam who was racing for them last season? Or I might be getting that one wrong. Or Haber, or El
Gillingham. Gillingham was at Pursuit last year, and I think he's still with them. He's just not in AOSC anymore. Time to find other endeavours to drive. Good for him. Doing well, I'm assuming. He's always a quick driver. But yeah, it does seem like Taliancic is holding this battle pack up. Jordy Cini not quite fast enough to get past him, but definitely fast enough to be with him the whole way. And it's definitely bringing Rob Bowden in the tanked SRT car right up to them. Interesting to see if this one closes down just that little bit further. As you can see, the sector times there on the screen, it was not looking good for Michael Taliancic.
What team were El Nabi and Haber part of last season?
United Sim Sports.
You're right.
There, correct.
Oh, so sorry. I think I said earlier on that Pursuit won 3 races in a row last season, but no, it was United who won those races in a row. But United, another team who have just stepped back a little bit. Joe McKnight, really their most prominent driver now. Unfortunately, they're not actually taking part tonight. Are United, despite signing up for the session, they've not taken to the grid. So a bit of a shame to see a couple of these drivers drop down, but at the same time, because we've seen DPR improve leaps and bounds, and we've seen Premier Racing Team as well in terms of pure pace I mean, they were great in the endurance last season, regardless of where we ever. They certainly have improved this season. And of course, this is only the second AOSC season with these new supercars. Pretty much last season was a taster season. The drivers were getting used to it. The teams were building some sets, learning how to drive these cars. And now in this season, I think everyone's starting to figure out what the best way to go is.
Yeah, it appears Dan McKnight was late home from work. That's why he's missed this one tonight.
Oh,
but he's watching no doubt, and he's enjoying our commentary. I'm saying he is because he won't tell me otherwise.
Yeah, we're back on track, Jamie. You're in the session. You can sign up. You sign up to the session. You can pop into the car. You're only 20 laps down. I mean, you won't be any further back than you normally are by the end of the race. So fine, go out there. Sorry.
And he might actually still get ahead of Nick Hauser in the safety car there. So, but is that the random bet for the night? Will the safety car potentially get ahead?
What he's got to do. Already Borg is on 19 laps. Although Horser has already done 2 laps. I think for some sort of reason he came out on the pits on the first lap and then towed back to the pits. He all of a sudden popped up to the top of our timing screen. So I don't know what Nick is doing. I don't know if he's drunk a little bit already. It is only the early evening, I believe, for you guys, but by his normal standard, by his normal driving, Nick, I wouldn't be surprised by it. But yeah, already two laps in the books apparently for Nick in this race.
And that is actually standard procedure within the series. So like you normally see in a real life event where the safety car does follow along behind the grid, Nick does do the same in these ones, just to make sure everything gets away nice and cleanly. And in an event there is requirement for a safety car, it's already out on the circuit, ready to go. So that's the reason for the 2 laps for him. So hopefully, and no doubt Nick will desperately be wanting to get back out there and take the AMG for another few laps around further on tonight. So keep an eye on that. Michael Dumbrell still working his way slowly forward for Racing. Currently finds himself in the middle of the Fishy Motorsports sandwich with David Coleman right ahead and Paul Warwick, who we've seen in quite a few or been involved in a few little incidents along the way early on in the piece, just closing up behind. And a pretty decent run at the moment for both the Fishy cars. Haven't gained any positions yet holding station, but looking quite good as far as the lap time and pace is concerned.
Two of the only cars who have not changed positions so far was the EXG 554, changing places so far, staying right where they are sat. These guys are now about 0.4 of a lap behind, so probably on lap 50, could be going a lap down, because I guess we're getting into pit stop territory, maybe 15 minutes away or so, like I said earlier on. Should be a decent fuel consumption circuit, I believe. Should this one, because it is such a slow circuit, you're really not on the power a whole lot of the laps. So you should be able to go about 45 minutes, maybe even stretching it to 50 minutes, and maybe lap 35. Yeah, drivers could potentially extend this opening stint to probably around lap 30 instead. But wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of drivers in on this lap as well, in case they want to maybe start initiating the undercut from their rivals.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did see some information put out by series organisers just prior to the start of this race earlier in the week, and estimations from the organisers was around 40 laps on a tank of fuel with an average fuel burn of about 2.8 litres. So we're about at this point halfway through for the guys who haven't stopped. For those who have, obviously quite a little way longer for them left to go, but it's not a bad idea to be starting to think about those strategies. If we had the digital whiteboard here, Nori, you know all about this Palaco stories. You'd be looking at, can you work back from the conclusion of the race and try and time your pit stop so that you're getting that full tank of fuel in as early as possible, run it out all the way and have the lightest possible car to get home. So it'll be interesting to see how these guys work their way through. One car who did stop early on in the piece, Thomas Hinds, is now starting to work his way back up through the field. Currently in 18th position, he's got Todd May for Pro Choice Automotive Racing just ahead in the Ford there, and judging by the pace at the moment, he's lapping on average a bit over a second and a half quicker. So the consistency in that car at the moment looking very, very strong.
Have to see if we can't implement a whiteboard for AOSC 2021.
I mean, it'll be coming out of our wages, unfortunately. We'll have to play by it ourselves. Which is typical. Absolutely typical. I don't know if iRacing can maybe subsidise that or something. But it would be useful. I'm just doing some sums. And I will just remind everyone, I did get a C in A-level maths, so I am an expert. And just doing 179 divided by the lap times that we're currently getting should be 123 laps, by 120 to 125 laps we get. So that just shows how slow this track is. I'm going to be nowhere near the 650 kilometers where you're going to reach the 4-hour time limit plenty early. Hang on, is that right? I think I may have done that totally wrong, to be honest. I'll just check on that one.
That was A-level math, wasn't it, Sam?
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I just realised I've done it totally wrong. Sorry, guys. I mean, continue it how you were going, because I'll just embarrass myself in the United Kingdom now.
This is really hard to remember from that. This is Todd May with the Pro Choice Automotive Racing. He's battling Thomas Hinz behind. Thomas Hinz looking pacey. One of the early stoppers, I think I recall. So he's going for the dive through the carousel. No, he's not. He's backed out of that one. That's a wise move. Don't want to make too many trip ups over that part of the circuit. But he's actually pulling with a time out of a bit of time as the time the screen's gone a bit haywire. There it goes, fixed now.
And Sam, just judging by my calculations, could be wrong, but I have enlisted the trusty smartphone to just help double check this. I think we're going to be somewhere around the 176 laps at this point. If it stays green, now admittedly we know we're going to have at least 1 to 2 safety cars over the course of the event. So let's say on average we're going to be looking at about 170 at this point before the conclusion of this race is out. So it might be touch and go as to whether we can sneak those last 9 to 10 laps in.
Well, I've just done some more sums, and sorry to everyone. 126 was a bit out. It's a bit out. I've now got 166 laps that we will be doing. That's assuming that we got about a 1 minute 26 lap, 1 minute 25 lap. Of course, 1 minute 22 the drivers are currently doing, but of course we will get a couple of safety cars and also some pit stops as well out on track. So yeah, certainly between 165 and 170 laps for these drivers. Certainly no threats of us reaching the full 650 kilometers. As we watch Sean Thompson, and that is Cameron Jones off the circuit for Century Motorsports, and that was almost out for Century. That I was going to make a cricket turn there. Oh no, that does make sense. Yeah, that was almost out for Century.
Yep.
Lovely.
He's knocked it for 6th there.
I really don't know much about cricket, to be honest, but I'm pleased with that.
No, that's it was the British game, mate. I'm a little disappointed after that one.
I mean, it's yours. You can have it. Just take it from us. We don't want it anymore.
Brady Myers now around Brian Borg, so he's now a lap down. That's going to be super frustrating for the Premier Racing team. But he is following Brady quite closely, so they don't appear to be losing that much time. But the gap that emerged at the beginning of the race is something to be worried about if you're sitting in the pursuit car. We are getting close to the end of that fuel load, so Brady should need to pit pretty soon. But with a lap in hand over who was the person in second place before Jordan Ross took the honours, it's going to be a problem for them. As he rounds up Aaron Gilbert. Aaron Gilbert is on debut for ANZ tonight, so welcome to the series, Aaron, and it's a bit of a initiation of fire with Brady Myers breathing down your neck.
Yeah, definitely. Interesting that Gilbert, one of the first couple of cars to react and jump in the lane, hasn't quite made the inroads that the likes of Thomas Hinds has, even though he had a slightly longer stop, just not finding the consistency yet in that car. The pace is a little bit down, but still hanging on. And if these guys can sit where they are in the event that we do get a safety car sooner rather than later, we would expect we're going to see the Altus car jump in the lane. So potentially those guys are going to be able to get their laps back as Borg looks to get a move completed down into the keyhole. And that's a nice solid job for him. And he'll move now up to the 22nd position.
Quick kind of shout out to Kobe Jones out there in third place. He's doing an absolutely awesome job. Is the car number 2 for Zuru Racing. They are playing in fantastic lap, some fantastic laps at the moment, and they're beating a Synergy car, beating a Premier car, and running in the podium places. And actually on that last lap, he was faster than the race leader, albeit Myers, you would expect, was in traffic. But it's looking a little bit more competitive than what it was in the early stages. Of course, Borg for Premier was kind of holding many of these guys up, it seemed. And since then, their pace has improved. And it's only 9 seconds between the top two, and you can see how close it is back to 5th place in particular, and even Tank SRT with Rob Bowden at the wheel in touching range in 6th place as well. So we certainly are going to have a race on. It's not going to be an easy way for Logitech to make it 7 out of 7 so far in this season 9 of the AOSC Super Series, as the Synergy once again closing on pursuits. Jordy Seen so far hasn't been able to get past. I'm just wondering, guys, a bit of traffic coming up for these drivers. Would it be outrageous to come into the pits at this point, avoid some of the traffic, because it's going to lose you a few seconds to come in? Will it be running through any of these guys' minds just to come into the pits and maybe try to get a new set of tyres on and avoid having to deal with these lapped cars?
Yes. Is the short answer. Longer answer is yes. The minute you sort of get near lap traffic, I would be pitting to try and clear that lap traffic, so it sort of resets the field and resets the gap a little bit. But you will need to deal with it at some point. So whether they're thinking about it, I'm not sure. But if it was me in the driver's seat, definitely I would be pitting away from lap traffic.
Of course, part of the issue with that is coming into the pits might put you in traffic with drivers that are on your same lap, but you have such fresher tyres that you'd be able to move past. At the moment, there's not really any big gaps. You can see on the timing screen, it's all kind of 4 seconds, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. You have got the 15th and 16th cars, Racing and Zuba Racing, 14 seconds between the pair of them. I think if any of these top guys did come into the pits, I think they would be coming out around that range, maybe just behind. You would be losing, I think, about 3/4 of a lap if he came into the pits. That seemingly was what Brian Borg lost when he came into the pits very early on in the race on lap 10. Such is the shortness of this track. So no holding up at the moment with the lapped cars. The 95 of Sean McNamara letting past. That's the 95 SS1. He's already come into the pits just a lap or two ago. He lets them pass quite easily. 43-second stationary there for Sean, so that's probably going to be approximately the pit stop length that we have today. In fact, even 43 seconds seems a little bit long, doesn't it? You can take tyres and fuel at the same time in this car, can't you? Yeah,
but is it I would say it's a longish pit lane when you compare it to the size of the circuit. But 44, you are right. That is a long stop.
Yeah, that's stationary.
Yeah, that being said, I mean, Brian Borg's stop initially early on, that was 55 seconds stationary. So potentially that actually is a bit more representative of the time we're going to see from these guys as Jordan Ross dives in the lane for his first stop tonight. Keep an eye to see whether there's a driver change taking place on that car as well. Kobe Jones now moves up into 2nd place. Michael Telianchich in 3rd. Jordan Sini just behind him, now up into the 4th position.
So will the others react to this now? We think the driver should be able to go another 2 or 3 laps probably on fuel. So it is strange, but this is such an early part of the race. You don't know how many safety cars are going to be involved in the event. See, it's not really too much planning is involved at this point of the race. Maybe some particularly keen drivers will be thinking about when to go into the pits. Of course, a lot of these teams as well have kind of strategists who let the drivers race, and then and then the strategists kind of think about when to come to the pits and very much direct what the drivers do. Keep an eye on what is going out on circuit, and that is such a help, particularly in the closing stages of these races, to know what to do in that situation. 3 o'clock in the afternoon now, at least coming up to that, 33 degrees track temperature. It's just going to be getting a bit cooler as the event goes on. Might be down into the mid-20s by the end, as we've now got Zuba Racing Team also into the pits.
Yeah, we've already seen a substantial drop in the track temperature from early on in the race, so that's only going to add to these guys and help them out. We did see the change. Kyle Stokes came in and out for his service, and that car was stationary for just on 35 seconds, and they're back underway as well.
So lap 31 of the race. Thanks for tuning in for this round 7 of the AOSC Super Series. As we see Hayden Bell for Zuba Racing Team exit the pits. Of course, this championship is going to go on a bit of a run now to the end of the season. 16 rounds, I believe we are having this season, with a few different race formats. 4 different race formats, I believe, this season. We've got the 150s, we've got the 50 and 80, where we have 2 races. And then also, of course, the 650 endurance meetings, a few less of them than last season. Also a couple of 300 events as well, so twice the length of a normal 150. Plenty of different formats, so keep on tuning in every Friday morning if you're, or midday if you're in Europe, and of course evening if you're in Australia, on the Esports Network and on Apex Racing TV, because I think we've got about the final 8 rounds of the championship all coming up in the next couple of months or so. So it will really be an intense end to the championship for all of these drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, next week is the first of our 300k events, which will actually be touring off to Le Mans. So, while we did have the Le Mans 24-hour back in the real world just last weekend, it's going to be interesting to take the supercars out there for a lap. I expect that's going to be quite challenging for the guys to get those cars braked as much as they're going to need to for the chicanes down on the Mulsanne Straight. But the top speed in these things will be quite interesting. I expect we're going to see the tallest diff ratios available, and no, I don't know what your thoughts are, but I expect we're going to see a lot of guys smashing the limiter, especially as they follow through in the draft.
Yep, there's going to be. You can either run a low aero, or you can run a high aero. But yeah, it's definitely going to be on the limiter through the back of Mulsanne Straight. Interesting to see how some of these guys go with the Ford S's. It's quite a different sort of layout to most of the other circuits we go to, but these are all accomplished race drivers. They know what they're doing, and it should give us an interesting race next week when it's a solo driver event.
Already sitting in to see the pits as we see a replay of Dumbrell. Unfortunately, I can't see this, so one of you guys want to talk us through it.
Yeah, it's an inside run down into turn 4 as he goes down the inside of Paul Warwick. Actually, pretty textbook manoeuvre. Didn't lock up a brake at all, just threw it in quite nicely. Gets it across to the inside over the rise at turn 5. Heads off into the S. So really good, solid pass there for Michael Dumbrell, who I don't know whether we know or not any relation to Paul Dumbrell of Supercar fame, but we're sharing the last name there, so not too bad there. As we've also got the car of Corey Shepherd. Now that car has actually just come in for its second stop tonight, just at the back of this train, so still a lap down and 2 stops under their belt already.
Dumbrell will want to be getting out of this fishy sandwich though.
I will just point out, it's not a fishy sandwich. You don't call it a bread sandwich, do you? You call it it's an NM racing sandwich where Fishy makes balls on the bed. I'm sorry, I just have to point that out because yeah, you should learn. You should learn.
The accuracy of the joke wasn't up for question, Sam. It was the execution of the joke.
The execution, yeah. Michael James Scott, apologies, into the pits. Well, I mean, Brady Myers came into the pits. It'll be James Scott who comes out of the pits. Just wondering, guys, I mean, 34 laps now, and we're predicting about 170 laps during the race. 170 divided by 5, it's like 33, I believe, or 34. So they might actually be on the cusp of making one less stop, or making 5 stops rather than 6 stops, and maybe that's why. Maybe that means that it's important to extend these stints for as long as possible and not to come into the pits early. But we have seen quite a range of pit stops so far. Also, Brian Borg Premier came in on lap 10 of the race from 2nd place. We've also seen some other early pit stops. So almost everyone will be in on this lap, I imagine. This lap 34, 47 minutes into the race. But Taliancic, as he can often do, staying out, and in fact the others as well, staying out still. So the fuel ain't too bad. Tanks SRT do come into the pits, but EXG Motorsports Black stay out and move up into 2nd place.
Yeah, this is a good consistent run here for Taliancic. I know we were maybe a little questioning the pace in that car early on, but the fuel economy numbers at the moment speaking volumes, and he's continuing on. He's got himself quite a handy lead, still maintaining to extend the gap over our current 2nd place car of Jacob Knight from EXG Motorsports. So keep an eye on that. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see this car potentially stretching it out to the 40 limit estimation that we've seen, and it didn't drop too far down over the course since so far. And if anyone out there is capable of getting those numbers out of this car, definitely Michael Taliancic, one of those drivers who'll be able to do it.
So yeah, just looking at 170 divided by 5 is 34. So you kind of want to be getting into lap 33, 34 on each of these stints in order to make 4 pit stops out on track. And if you're pitting before lap 30, then it's going to be tricky to make those 4 pit stops. But 5 pit stops could work because you're going to have slightly fresher tyres, you're going to have slightly less fuel in the car as well as the event goes on. And of course with the pace cars where it can often turn into a bit of a lottery. But it's pretty clear what these guys who are staying out are trying to do. They're trying to make one less pit stop than a few of the others who pitted earlier on. I will say that some of the pace for the drivers on new tyres is pretty good. Damien Johnston for the 440 machine, CNG Sim Racing, currently in 13th place with new tyres and setting some very strong lap times, about a second faster than some of the front runners at the moment. So it's the strength of the new tyres, and we might see a slightly mixed up order compared to what we had before once these first round of pit stops are complete.
Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see how this all does cycle out. Damien Johnson, though, I believe, switching teams recently, because we have seen him over the course of this championship in the Gone Road car, so making a little bit of a change as far as for endurance standpoint goes, teaming up with CNG Sim Racing, and a good solid effort for him. He did set a fantastic 4th split there, which has now just been eclipsed by James Scott. But he did a 17.02 and was really solid out there. James Scott's just gone through a 17.01. So Logitech car firing back and continuing to set top sector times. Jacob Knight also in the lane for EXG Motorsports. Michael Taliancic still continuing on for another lap out there, so he's utilising that consistency in the car. Don't know whether you boys have noticed it as well. The stationary times for all these drivers coming in early, only around the 34 to 35 second range. So comparative to what we saw earlier on for Brian Borg when he first brought the Premier Racing car in. That car was stationary for 55 seconds. So these guys are really maximising or minimising the time spent stationary on the lane. Yeah,
I did think those first few pit stops were a bit long when we saw the mid-40s at seems a bit strange, but yeah, mid-30s much more like it for the drivers. Of course, I believe the tyres take about 15 seconds, but you can take the tyres and the fuel simultaneously. So you always take tyres at these pit stops unless you need to pit on like the last lap or something. So yeah, plenty. That would be the strategy for the drivers. Talenchit surely into the pits this time. Yes, he is. Tricky pit
Not
entry
quite
as well.
40, but I was going to say not quite 40, but 37 is quite close.
Yeah. I mean, 51 laps into 51 minutes into the race. That is pretty long. And yeah, once again, just showing this pace of this circuit. But Taipan staying out once again. Marty Hansen. And it looks as though they are going to be the only team to get to 38 laps. I don't believe they really had a draft for this entire stint as well. Maybe they were batting a little bit earlier on for 9th place. Saved a bit of fuel on that occasion, but they have been able to absolutely stretch this out. The problem for them is that they've got very old tyres on now. And, well, I guess the benefit is that they're going to be taking less fuel later on in the race. Potentially also will certainly have fresher tyres for the next stint.
Absolutely. I'd be interested to see if we could maybe get it on board just to have a listen to whether we're seeing a lot of coasting from this car as it works its way around the lap. And at the moment, just settling that car through over top of turn 5. They're very ginger on the throttle, not wanting to excite those rears as they tip into turn 6 through the S's. But at the moment, it seems like they're just feathering that throttle, not getting all the way down. Admittedly, those tyres are still quite old, but Marty Hansen doing a stellar job to push the distance out of this car.
You could do a 3-stop if you got to lap 42 of the race.
There's a car just off the road there ahead too. So
is that Blake Delaney, I believe? He's just quickly gone off the circuit for Bishop Most, I think that was, yeah. He stayed out again. He stayed out again. Hasn't pitted. David Kimmond as well, too fair. David Kimmond and Michael Dumbrell as well. So are they going for... Could you do the 3-stop? Could you do the 3-stop? Because we haven't had a pace car so far, so that would really help out when it comes to fuel. But yeah, lap 43 you need to get to. 42 you need to get to in order to make this work. And the pace car as well would buy you about a lap or two. Will be quite short pace car periods, I assume, this in this track, because the track is quite so short. I don't need it too long for everyone to bunch up. So this is rather surprising that we've managed to get to lap or get to 54 minutes into the race without a pit stop for a few of these drivers. James Scott for Logitech GRTCs, but still in the lead of the drivers who came into the pits. He had a slightly longer pit stop than some of the other drivers, taking him a little bit more fuel on board. He did extend his pit stop a little bit longer than many others, so he had a bit less fuel when he came into the pits. So he needed a bit more to fill it up, but he is a comfortable 3rd place at the moment. Michael Dumbrell hasn't pitted, as Marty Hansen is finally into the pits for Taipan Esports. Will Pursuit extend this stint at all as well? It probably is worth just them coming into the pit, seeing that they're going to be overtaken anyway, and they do come into the pit. So that was lap 39. So I don't think that would make it. They'd be about 6 laps short, even if we did get a couple of safety cars. They'd be get about 6 laps short with Taipan and Pursuit. So it looks as though the 3-stop is off limits, but the 4-stop will be very comfortable for them now to the end of the race.
Definitely in good stead here if they can continue that consistency and running distance that they've been able to do. They're definitely going to find themselves in a good spot here. I did notice too, just as we saw James Scott come ahead in the Logitech car, Corey Shepherd is the next car behind, so he'll definitely be praying for a safety car, but I think that might really hurt their chances of getting back on that lead lap now that everyone's only just recently pitted. So it was only 7 laps ago that our race leader came down for their respective stops. So any extra distance we can get between now and that safety car is only going to help these guys later on potentially come back in and cycle around to get their lap through.
Do you remember what lap Brian Borg made the stop in this car?
He came in on lap 10, and then there was another change that was done on lap 30, which led to the driver change with Corey Shepherd jumping back in.
So I wonder if they're not using the bookending the race and working from the back out.
I mean, it's certainly not enough. Ooh, we've got a car stopped. They've got Todd May stuck out on second. This could be the first safety car of the day, Pro Choice Automotive Racing. And what has happened with this car? They haven't come into the pits yet. So I wonder if they've split into a halt and just got to come to the pits. Here is Todd May.
Sounds like the engine's still running.
Safety car is deployed though. Maybe a hardware failure for Todd May, but yeah, they were one of the only cars yet to come into the pits. Also, Mark B yet to come into the pits, at least on my screen. Right, Sim Racing Red, that team. So safety car deployed, and everyone will bunch back up. I don't believe, guys, this will benefit anyone particularly. Everyone's got their pit stops finished. But what's it going to do for Corey Shepherd? Is he going to be able to make up a lap? He should get a wave around, should Shepherd. He might be back onto the lead lap soon.
I can tell. It looks like he's still in the lead lap, so won't get waved around, but it will be a free kick. So a lot of drivers will take the pit stop, take some fuel, take some tyres, and as you can see, James Scott, Corey Shepherd, one of the pink cars in the background there.
I actually think that might be a bit of a missed opportunity for Shepherd and the guys there. Obviously, they're going to need to put a lot more fuel in. I'm surprised they didn't try and rotate around, get that lap back, and then drop back in once they all caught back up onto the safety car. At worst, they're going to be starting from the back of the train, but right now they've got a angry pack of drivers still on the lead lap that are going to want to push their way through.
Yeah, I don't know why they've done that. Premier Racing team there, as you say, that was pretty obvious to stay out and make up the gap. I don't know if maybe they know the rules slightly better. Maybe they get a wave around, seeing that they're in the middle of the pack. But if they don't, then that's a massive opportunity missed for them. Tom Freer now leads the race. He was one of the few drivers out the front who didn't come into the pits. I'm surprised, guys, that so many people did come into the pits, but it's really just the front runners. I guess a few midfield drivers as well, but pretty much half and half coming in for a pit stop under the safety car. I mean, these guys only pitted 5 laps ago. Surely you want, track position, don't you? You're not going to be any slower, as actually now we do get some of the wave arounds, and that does mean that Corey Shepherd will move back onto the lead lap for Premier Racing Team, so that's good to see. Despite making that pit stop, they were allowed to drive past the safety car. But yeah, I'm surprised, guys, that so many drivers did come into the pits, but Tom Freer for pursuit decided to stay out, and he now leads the race. Should have probably this lap and then 2 more under the safety car. Stewart's getting onto the wave around straight away. And so we should have a good line of cars pretty soon for us to be able to deploy. Safety car going pretty slow, so it came very slowly last time out at Bathurst when we had a couple of safety cars on one big wreck near the start of the event.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when pace car does finally drop back in the lane for our restart procedure tonight. We're going to see a little bit of an overlap beginning as the guys work their way around the carousel, which is just where they're heading now, and we're not going to see an overlap zone until they get back out onto the main straight. So for Tom Freer, this will be a really interesting point at where he wants to look to get that car away when we do finally go back to the green racing.
Under his control. So Tom Freer not coming into the pits under the safety car, but Freer did leave it a while, to be fair, until he came into the pits earlier on. He left it till about lap 37 of the race. Zuba Racing Team 2 up in third place. They pitted twice already. What about the teams who went particularly far during their first stint? So we had Taipan didn't come into the pits and under safety car because they pitted so late anyway. They pitted on lap 39. Anyway, so they managed to not come into the pits and are up into a 7th position, it seems now, that team. So that's worked out pretty well for Taipan with that extra long pit stop. Now a couple of others as well who left it a while until they opted on in. But yeah, this will make the fuel numbers a little bit easier for the drivers now and give us a good idea of how much further they've got to go. Is it a minimum of 2 safety cars in this series, or is it just a guaranteed one?
In our endurance format, there is 2 that are minimum. With our sprint format, we definitely have 1 that comes through for it. So expecting at least 1 more later on over the course of the event. We did just hear 2 from race control that lights are off on the safety car, so the field will soon be coming back under control in the hands of Tom Freer as well. So about ready to get going. But yeah, at the moment, 2 safety cars over these long races.
So yeah, at least 1 more to go, and you can see how quick everything was with the safety cars. Only a couple of laps on the safety car, so they're not going to save a whole lot of fuel. As he puts his foot down, and here's Tom Freer then, who leads away. What is James Scott's ideas going to be here? Remember, Freer and Scott had an epic battle last season at Watkins Glen, I believe, at the cup layout where Scott just about managed to deny Freer his first ever win. What are we going to see this time? It's a rolling start, single file, 2-0-1 from the first position. We are going to get back underway for round 7 of the championship. Tom Freer for Pursuit Sim Racing gets his foot down. And we are back under green flag conditions. Anyway, through for the car number 1, James Scott, not into turn 1, but he is very close going into 2. It's 0.2 of a second. The gap, he could go for a bit of a lunge down the inside, and there won't be a whole lot that Freer can do about it. Here he goes, James Scott, the championship leader, the defending champion. And he's got his car down the inside. It might be Freer with the slightly better exit, just opening up the corner a bit more, but it seems like Scott has got the advantage. Off for Dyke a little bit further back, and also Loxton as well. So that's Fishy Motorsports and Zuba Racing Team dropping down the order. Freer trying to respond now to Scott, who just managed to kind of catch Freer slightly napping. It's questionable how much Freer wanted to keep Scott behind him. But he allowed the door to open through the first couple of corners. And we are back to a Logitech GLTC Sports lead.
Yeah, keep an eye on the car 4th in the train here too, Damien Johnston. He looked very racy as they head up to the keyhole following that restart as well, nearly getting a move on Hayden Veld. So he's looking quite comfortable in that car. He's also got his teammate Kyle Stokes just behind the spot.
It's a perfect restart for James Scott, just launching with Tom Freer there and getting perfect traction down into turn 2 at the keyhole to make that pass done.
Already 0.8 of a second lead for him. 1 second faster than everyone else on that last lap. And now Hayden Veld is going to be wanting to get past for Zuba Racing. He's running ahead of Pursuit earlier on, were they? Or of course, Tom Freer was racing with Taliancic, I believe, wasn't he? So Taliancic didn't have fantastic pace. Earlier on was running in about 6th place, but managed to get the fuel slightly longer than a few of their rivals. And the number 2 looks like he's going to be passed very soon at the moment, 1/4 of a second. Down to 2 tenths. This is how far back Scott was when he managed to get past, but it's a bit more tricky to make the move into turn 3 than turn 2. That's just behind. Change of position for the Singy Sim Racing cars. Stokes moving ahead of the 440 machine of Damien Johnston. Maybe a little bit of teamwork there, but that's off the second. And going to be close to the wall there is the 143 of Ross. He was quite fortunate. Once he gets onto the grass, it's very tricky to control the car. And that is such a common mistake. We saw it at AMF a couple of seasons ago where we had half a dozen drivers, it was a dozen drivers, make that exact same mistake. First one we've seen today, dipping a wheel onto the grass.
So that's going to terminate that run of speed for Kyle Stokes there. Looks like he was fairly fast as he comes through the pack till that unfortunate incident. So be watching out for him to resurge through the field when he gets that car back under control.
Seems like the 209 has got a penalty, although I didn't see a 209. Oh, Bet Loxton, yeah, on lap 44 for causing a collision. Loxton already quite far down. The Zuba Racing team is on the lead lap, but drive-through penalty for him. Fortunately for him, very short pit lane. I'm sure it's pit lanes we have all season long is this one, so should be good as we actually see a replay of how this all happened.
Oh. Tags the rear of the car on his way through, and he's off the Christmas card list this year.
Yeah, so penalty there for Loxton, and have to serve that quite soon. Taipan racing up into 5th place. So of course, CNG Sim Racing made a mistake. I think they overtaken Pursuit. Jamie Stovall. I think they were 7th before, but I'm not quite sure. But they're 5th now anyway, because Taipan managing to stay up for a massively long amount of time. Now got Cameron Beacock in the car. Let's see if he can keep up the pace. Ross is going to the outside. Just be better for Taipan to let this move go, because they are in a slightly different race. That was a nice move there from the 143 after a mistake a lap and a half ago. Back on course to start chasing down his teammate.
Yeah, keep an eye on Veacock in the back end trying to, actually Stovall, trying to look at an option to get through as well. So all these guys, one after the other, trying to make those moves happen. For Veacock, they're just a little bit of a lock-up as he crests the hill there, which is very easy to do as the car gets light, but doing a fantastic job at the moment. Still holding off the Pursuit Sim Racing car, and not too far behind. We've also got Rob Harris starting to close up, find himself up into this mix, and some issues for a few other drivers that are further up with some side-by-side action. I think that might be Steve Martin also running a little wide for the Century Motorsports car. He's going to drop a spot here. He's not careful to the right. Some racing car Sean Chappell just behind. Out there, Corey Shepherd now back into the mix following getting his lap back through the safety car now, finds himself up into 12th position. Harry Dodd, EXG Motorsport just ahead. It should be a nice simple move here for Shepherd down the inside into the keyhole. Doesn't lock the brakes and just slips the Premier Racing car up through the inside, and just behind that as well, also a change of position too. Ben Christensen on the Tank SRT car, I think as well, trying to work his way through that spot.
Yeah, it could be a change for 13th place here. We've seen very few moves into this corner, haven't we? Oh, Ben Christensen, that's deep. Just hang on. Can get some fantastic side-by-side action around this part of the circuit. It's absolutely fantastic. I'd be surprised if that was kind of man-made, but I believe it's pretty much all just kind of just following the contours of this area of land. Is this circuit? It's a proper old-school circuit. As off the circuit is KRF the driver's seat. Rob Harris at the wheel of that one. Has he hit something because he's very slow? Or has he just done the classic mistake of running wide through the first part of the right-hander, dipping a wheel onto the grass and then skidding off the circuit? Oh, well, he's almost lost it beforehand. I think he could tell what was going on, but then certainly the grass was the killer aspect of that. And off the track, Rob Harris with plenty of time to make up.
Taking a leaf out of Kyle Stokes' book. Don't think it's going to work for Rob Harris in his machine. It's not the ideal line, but it's one the drivers are trying, so kudos to them.
I'm a little surprised too, we haven't seen anywhere near as many drivers going off in that spot. It is quite tricky to get these cars rotated and up over that rise. So I've only had the 2 cars so far get tangled up in that over 49 laps. It's quite a good achievement so far.
Just caught the back of shot there. Ben Christensen giving the EXG car a flash of the headlights. So Ben Christensen's really getting the hurry on there. The Tanked SRT car sort of being boxed in a little bit by the EXG, but leaving room. It's quite that corner is not friendly on the rear tyre of the V8 supercar, and you're trying to get 650 horsepower to the ground when the car's not quite settled. You got to really balance it with your right foot, and that's an interesting corner. The way the cars have to dart left at the top of the hill there, and then sort of gather themselves back up for the right hand of the Tanked SRT, looking down the inside of Harry Dodds and EXG. Oh, you want that move done well before the mid part of that corner.
Incredible queue of cars there. This is the longest queue we've had all night long, really. Even on the first lap, we didn't really have anything like this. Harry Dodds doing a good Gandalf impression. Shall not pass, as he might be passed on this time. Bit of weaving round down the straight. I think the stewards will deem that to be all right on that occasion, but
Ben in the grass.
Yeah, just dipping a wheel onto the grass. That was one of the drivers. And now Blake Delaney looks as though he might be able to get past and scratch to so a second. Here comes the Tank's SRT car diving down the inside. Did he manage to make it? No, Anspach had to stay behind, but still only 1.5 tenths of a second. As actually loses it now, moves onto the grass, and it will be Dodds who loses that position. Apologies. So it was Dodds who ran wide, initially managed to repel the attack, but I wonder if he went in a bit too deep and ran wide onto the marbles, onto the grass. And finally, it's Craig Anspach who's the first one to be able to make his way past. Dodds already half a second back. Now Blake Delaney will be next for Fishy Motorsports, who will try to get past.
Yeah, just watching the way that tanked car's moving around, it looks like a little bit of a handful for the guys to work their way through. Here's a look at the on-ball shot here. Actually, I don't know whether Harry just wasn't able to quite pick up the throttle or not, but for Anspach there, just follow this through. I think this might have been the lap prior. The car looking quite handy, but there's a lot of movement in that tanked car as it's trying to get the power down.
This is the view we want to see. A bit of a nudge from the tanked car sends the EXG a little bit wide of the ideal line, but enough to get that move signed, sealed, delivered, and move forward.
Peacock having an easy time of it at the moment for Taipan Esports.
Call from the stewards for 010 to readdress on 444, so that isn't looked upon favourably by the stewards, so that'll have to get the old switcheroo.
This will be tricky to do. To let one of them pass and not let all of them pass. Has he done it already? No, he hasn't done it yet. As Anspach, but here he goes, slows up inside of the track, and look at that, look at the surprise move almost in the 08. But that was good moving there by Anspach. Now
Blake Delaney licking his lips at the prospect of getting a free place.
Yeah, it might still be on here, down the inside into 2. I didn't really commit to that properly. Should be the Tank's SRT car, which has a slightly better exit, and actually Delaney with a poor exit on the finish of that corner. And Dodds moves back up into 12th place. I mean, he's driving well, Dodds. I don't think he's as slow as kind of what this pack indicates. I think they're just all maybe 2 tenths faster than him. And also does have to put a few defensive manoeuvres on as well, which is slowing them up. And they're in the 25s, whilst the race is in the 22s. It's quite a difference around a short circuit like this. They've all got very similar tyres on. Got very similar fuel on board, so it's just down to the drivers as Anspach does look a lot faster than Dodds. He's looking even around this middle part of the sector a chance of an overtake.
That gaggle of cars we're riding on board with is that at the top right hand of the screen on that track map. So they work their way down through. It's a fantastic shot as they work their way into the carousel. Craig Anspach in the tank the SRT car will know he's got the pace to get past the EXG car. He's done it before, but he just needs to keep a smoother head, keep Blake Delaney behind him, and not let this happen. Pokes the nose out there. I thought he was going to make the dive.
Looks like too, just in the background of the shot, Rob Harris going a little bit defensive, trying to also keep the MM racing car behind him, and this could be a move down into the keyhole. Actually, it's a bit of a rough move there. He's going to overthrow it, and drops actually a secondary spot there. He's lucky not to lose that to the Fisher Motorsports car behind.
It's a Commodore, not a Colorado.
Braden Loglin, off the circuit earlier on in this lap, just behind these guys, 22nd place, so he's fallen a bit further behind now. I'm very confused by this trackman because it's at this point of the circuit, you've only got 0.3 of the lap remaining, and yet quite a lot of the time can be had in this part. Just shows how slow the second half of the lap is, as we move up to third place. It's Hayden Bell versus Damien Johnston. These two have been very close to one another for quite a few laps. Interesting that the other Synergy Sim Racing car in fifth place, being driven by Carl Stokes, not catching up to these guys. He matched them on the last lap. I just wonder if Stokes has made a couple of more mistakes. He did have that mistake, of course, when he got past up into fourth place earlier on, then lost a bunch of time. But to say, he hasn't made much of an impression on those two drivers ahead. I thought he would be caught up to them almost by this point in the race. EXG Motorsports battling with Premier. I think Premier's just made that move, actually. So Corey Shepherd on the comeback trail. Certainly going to be a threat for Premier. Haven't really seen them too much since the restart. Shepherd being able to make up plenty of places thanks to the safety car. He's now up into 8th place. Next up for him is the pursuit car of Jamie Stovall, and at the moment Shepherd is about 17.5 seconds off the race lead, but with a guaranteed pit stop, with a guaranteed safety car later on, you certainly wouldn't count him out of a chance of the top step of the podium. And dispatch ahead of Dodds. So finally he's done it again. Hopefully this time it was clean.
Jump back on board with the replay back down in towards turn 5 again, and that's where we saw that contact only a handful of laps to go. Actually fires the car through quite nicely, gets it to grip over the top turn 5 there, not so much for Dodd, and fires it down through the inside as they work down into the S's. So the tanked car really starting to come into its own now as it progressing further forward up the field, so that'll put them now into 12th position, only a few 5 spots down from where they started, but having that little bit of clear track in front, he's going to be able to set his sights forward and chase on after Ben Christensen.
Is that a fishy car getting forced wide by an EXG car? Just bumping in the mid-pack.
A little bit clumsy there. We get another replay of what happened.
A little bit of side-to-side contact there with Blake Delaney trying to get that car up and set for the inside on the run through the carousel. A little bit of a hard spot to position those two with the limited grip that you have in the supercar, but just able to get back in. So that did cost him about 5 spots there. He just jumps back in front of his teammate and get back underway. So the two Fisher cars now to really start working together to pull themselves back up.
Scott McCune being investigated for an incident, so it wasn't that incident then, it was another incident with not leaving racing ring, but maybe we'll see that one investigated as well. But yeah, still Dodds then second place in that train, just has separated a little bit for a moment, but further back in the train, well, I mean, look at that. We've got a couple of back markers as well involved in this. Yeah, we've got Simon Veyer for Pro Choice Automotive Racing. Fortunately, those guys managed to get back out on circuit. Remember, they had to take back to the pits, hence why we had the safety car earlier on in the event. And so it's good to see them back out, and they're actually in the middle of all of this battling, I believe. So maybe one of these cars is not quite in the fight, but it still does look spectacular to watch.
And I think we are going to see stewards calling for that 444 EXG car to redress. Pops out of the queue now and tumbling down the list.
So does he defend it so well for so long? In the end, it's a penalty which costs him a bunch of places. He's down into 18th place after fighting for 12th place for many laps earlier on. So he's going to have to go on the attack rather than the defence. Now, we've got the Century Motorsports car around Stephen Martin, who was ahead of these guys, I believe. But he's run around down to 21st now.
I wonder if he's tried the Kyle Stokes, Rob Harris trick. 2 rear wheels on the grass. Bingo.
Number 3.
Nice avoidance from every driver there to avoid the car stranded on the side of the road.
Really tempted when you see a driver like that to kind of just get all the brake power on as possible and maybe straighten up the steering. That would have been the worst thing to see, lock up and go wide into him. It would be very bad, but quite often it's just repeating your normal line, albeit that may not. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. Because do check out the iRacing top 10 highlights, some fantastic avoidance on the ovals, week in, week out. A lot of people complaining how there were only one road clip last week on the iRacing top 10. If there's only one road clip, send in more road clips then. I mean, I thought it was a fantastic compilation of some brilliant dodges on the oval side. So certainly do check that out. I believe that's either on the esports YouTube channel, or it might be on the iRacing.com YouTube channel as well, and of course on all of their social media as well. Pursuit, catching or now pursuing, that won't ever get old. Taipan Esports, and Taipan actually using a slightly awkward line there. Going in deep, opening up the corner midway through. Then it does kind of square off the corner slightly. He's able to pull away down the following straight. Premier 0.3 of a second behind anywhere through here. No way, no chance of making up a position for the time being. EXG only 1.1 seconds behind these guys. Sean Lindsell was faster than all of these guys in the last lap. About 0.3 of a second faster than Cameron Veacock at the front of this train. Have you seen Cameron Veacock around recently? I swear we've seen him in the series before, but I can't remember commentating on him much, having much screen time.
I know we've seen the name out in the series. I can't remember the team. I know his teammate Marty Hansen was a part of the Redback Racing team. I think it's just a little bit of a new setup for them. But yeah, Veacock doing a stellar job here, holding off the season campaigners behind him. Actually starting to gain a little bit of an advantage now over Stovall. They fire down into turn 1 here.
So a bit of news on that front. I've had my insiders digging through the teams, and they've found the Taipan is actually a spin-off from the old Redback. So we've got some fast drivers from there, some new talent. Obviously, Cameron Veacock's doing quite a good job here tonight in P6 and holding off Jamie Stovall quite well. So yeah, obviously some new talent coming through that team, and good to see fresh blood or a new spin on an old team coming through.
Doesn't help us commentators, so does it? Come on, guys. Just stay with the same team name. We're not good at change. Just stay to the same team name for a decade, and then we might let you change. I mean, I can't deal with, Formula One. I'm still thinking that Toro Rosso won a race earlier on in the season, how Force Injuries and whatever. So no, don't like it. So keep it the same, please, guys. Meanwhile, we've got a change of position, I think, between Delaney and Dots. Is that? There was certainly some movement on the timing screen. It could have been the Fishing Motorsports car. Maybe it was the Zuba car moving up into 16th place past Blake Delaney. Loxton actually started in 24th place. I say started in 24th place. Only 23 took the start. But he basically didn't do a qualifying time or was very slow. But they are up into the top 16.
Yeah, and that car's also recovering after the drive-through that they received following the restart on lap 44 as well. So good recovery for them. And Sam, just quickly with the name change, so I'm not sure how you're going to go for next season in the Formula One. Right? We've got 2 team names changing with Renault going into Alpine and Force India now going. Force India, formerly now Racing Point, soon to be Aston Martin. So names afoot everywhere.
Yeah, it is a nice. I do like a new livery though on the F1 grid, so we get some new liveries, and I might forgive them on that front. It'll be interesting to see what the Aston Martin livery is like. If it's a proper Aston Martin one, whether it's going to be the VWT pink livery, as it has been the last few seasons. Looking forward to that. That's the most exciting thing that will happen all season long, I imagine. Brett Loxton down the inside into 15th place. Of course, on the topic of Formula 1, as I thought Delaney might be going for a move as well, but on the topic of Formula 1, if you're signed up to iRacing, or if you're not signed up to iRacing yet, we've had almost the re-release of the MP4-30, the 2015 McLaren Honda, and wasn't a particularly strong car on the race circuit, but when everyone's in the same car, it's not so bad, and they've rejigged that car and also got it back into the iRacing Grand Prix series, and you've now got different tyre compounds as well, the first car to have different tyre compounds. So if you're new to iRacing, certainly do buy that car. It's 11.95 as or 10.95 as all the cars are on iRacing. And yeah, also if you're not signed up yet to iRacing and you're driving that car, then certainly do purchase it soon. And apparently it's a lot of fun. I've given it a little bit of a spin round, and it's surprisingly easy to drive. It used to be impossible to drive, I found, out of the blocks, but yeah, much more control now you have over that car. Alex Schuler for Fast Lane Esports, he's just ahead of Scott McCune at the moment in that 20th place.
Yeah, good little fight here between these two. They're just starting to edge a little bit of distance out over Sean McKeon, just behind, as we see the EXG car going very defensive down into turn 4. There was also a change of position too, just ahead of these guys, with Sean Chipler just getting ahead, dropping a couple of spots actually. You see those trainer cars just ahead of these guys as they work their way down through the S's. And always, I remember flying through here, it reminds me a lot of VIR, the flow and rhythm that you get through this little complex of corners, and all these guys doing a stellar job at the moment. We've only seen the 3 cars go around, and right now we've got 4 cars starting to get into a solid train. Just also say a quick little thank you to Michael Dobrell as well, so MM Racing. Well, it is a new team based for privateers. Used to be Vision Motorsports as well, so a bit of a rebrand for those guys, and a very strong first outing.
Yeah, good to see them guys out as the 4 just glitching in and out a little bit. And how he does off the
around.
Circuit. Where is Dodds now? So he's still off the track. Oh, Dodds has had a rough few laps. It's so tricky when you've got cars breathing down your neck at every moment. And was that contact, Nori, or was that just a self-spin? I didn't quite see it.
I think it was on his own. I can't quite see. He's sort of there and then not. Then oh, yep. Bit of a bump. And goodbye. Around he goes. So let's see, was that the 117? Is he the back of him? 197.
I imagine that's going to be a
unfortunately on that one. You can see Schuler was on the brakes sort of immediately as it's happening, so obviously not expecting the car to be there, but yeah, race control now issuing the redress back to Alex Schuler there. Unfortunate, but can't have that happening.
No, it also looks like 2 further up the field, just with focus on Corey Shepherd. He's now up into 6th position, having been just recently getting past both Cameron Veacock and James Stovall as well. So good recovery drive for these guys who just prior to that safety car were already a lap down. So they are coming on quite strongly. Now Kyle Stokes ahead, 6 seconds up the road, but judging by the pace at the moment out of this car, they're tracking in good stead to close that gap down pretty quickly.
Up to 23 seconds. It was 17 and a half about 10 laps ago, I think. But of course, they have had to make their way past quite a bit of traffic. Now you can see the gap is pretty much just back straight, and then a little bit extra onto that. Maybe the back straight up to P2, and then another 7 seconds beyond that to the race leader. But we are guaranteed another safety car later on in the event. Who's going to be first into the pits? Because we're expecting 40 lap stints, but everyone should be on a 4-stop strategy. We don't think anyone's going to be able to do the 3-stop, and I think the safety car periods are long enough for us to be able to make the 3-stop. If you were going to do a 3-stop, you need to get to about lap 86 on this stint, pretty much half the distance, because we are expecting approximately 170 laps, maybe a couple less, within the 4-hour time limit that we have for these races. But yeah, most drivers will be going for the 4-stop, so you could probably come in now and still be able to make the 4-stop quite comfortably, but most likely we'll start seeing drivers in on about lap 70 to 75.
We were probably going to see some cars about the lap 70 to 75, but remember they had that short safety car after that, so that gave them all a bit of a chance to run with some fuel. Wouldn't be surprised if we see these drivers make it to 80, 82 before stopping again.
Yeah, I think you're going to see too, probably the first car likely to head down that lane for their stop is going to be the KRF car, currently in the hands of Rob Harris. Their last stop, lap 33 for them, so they're nearing the limits of that tank. Probably only about 7 laps to go, judging by the distance that we've already seen from Locatelli Ančić in the Shitson racing car.
Right here is Jamie Stovall, position 8 on the road and protecting the position from Sean Lindsell in the XG car. These guys have been trading fairly similar lap times, a 23.1 for Jamie and a 22.9 for Sean, so definitely a move is imminent. He just comes through the carousel. It's fantastic to watch the cars do the change of direction there, right, left, bounce curve. And then Jamie's just going to get powered down ever so slightly. Sean looking, showing the nose, showing Jamie he's not afraid. He's going to take the jump, he's going to take the punt if he's got any chance, if Jamie slips up in the slightest way.
Battles going on up and down the order. We haven't quite got that big pack that we had from 12th down to 19th about a quarter of an hour ago, but we have got plenty of other duels going on, and that looks like that's a move for Sean Lindsell there, or maybe just Lindsell losing the place. In fact, I think that's Lindsell actually attacking Stovall, but he is still behind. Didn't quite make that move, taking he's right back onto the tail of the pursuit car just ahead. That is, yeah, of course, the 2 pursuit cars running in 2nd and 8th positions. The drivers in these team races will score points towards their overall championship, their drivers' championship, and you also score points as well in the team's championship. I'm not sure what the points are going on in that team's championship, as we see the first driver in, Sean McNamara. Now, he didn't come into the pits under the safety car, so he had about 3 laps less fuel than many of the other guys. That's still a little bit early. He's done, you know what, he's only done 30 laps on that tank of fuel, so he didn't put a whole lot of fuel in. But once again, the 4-stop strategy should be easy enough for all of these guys. So he'll most likely pit again on lap 100, and then maybe lap 130 after that, and then try to run to the end of the race. Lindsay really close to stable, by the way. 3/10 of a second between the two of them. We're also watching this battle for third place, but just no way past at the moment for Damien Johnston. He's been sitting on that back end for much of the stint. Is this a case of him just being happy to stay behind, saving a little bit of fuel, or do you think he genuinely cannot get ahead because he looks comfortably faster?
A big moment there for Veld. I think this is just a matter of just sitting in behind. The pace consistency very good. He's going to get a run up into the keyhole, so we see a change of position there for Damien. This has been a really controlled run so far from him over the course of this stint, and now that he's out in front, he's going to have to switch from looking forward ahead. He's going to keep a little bit of an eye on the rearview mirror. He parks that car down the middle of the road there, gets it into the braking zone quite nicely, so should be able to start extending a little bit of a gap now. So they can press their way up through turn 5. Both drivers take a huge amount of curb off that. Actually a little worse for Damien, just slides that rear a little bit, but already starting to pull away.
Race leader James Scott getting by some lap traffic in Harry Dodds of the AOSC Motorsport car. That flat gap at the front of the field is 9.8 seconds, which is massive. And the Altus Logitech G Altus Esports car number 1 just keeps pulling time out.
There's no stopping them at the moment. They have had, of course, a cool Imola last season when Brady Myers was driving, and the engine blew for Myers, and that was a massive shame. And I think Myers also made a mistake in another round. KRF the driver's seat, dropping down. I feel like Myers hit the wall at Montreal maybe, or something like that. They did win Montreal anyway. Did Logitech. But yeah, KRF the driver's seat just dropping down to 17th place at the moment. Rob Harris at the wheel. And he's got involved in something there. 1 minute 13 off the lead now. That is worryingly close to dropping a whole lap down on the race leader. That could be costly if we get a safety car later on.
Yeah, and that being said too, he's also just dropped in the lane as a result of that as well. So this potentially will see that car now drop a lap down as everyone continues to cycle through. But we still focus here on Corey Shepherd. He's managed to really drop the gap down between himself and Kyle. So I could just see Kyle dropping through the top of the frame there. That gap now down to 2.3 seconds. And it wasn't that long ago we were out over 4.5. You can see the little graphic to the bottom right of screen. And for Shepherd here and Premier Racing, it's been a fantastic drive as they work their way through this, considering where we saw them just prior to that safety car already a lap down. They are also the only team so far to have completed 3 stops over the course of the race, so to still find themselves up in this position on the circuit is a very good achievement.
Three battles within a second of one another at the moment. This is one of them. Sean Chappell 1 second faster. Last up, then Craig Anspach just ahead. Anspach has been in the wars, hasn't he? He managed to move up into 12th place, but just has dropped down ever since then. And now the Riot Sim Racing red car might be moving his way past. On that last lap, was actually lost 0.3 of a second, so better lap time there for Anspach. Maybe a mistake on the lap previous, but starting to match his rival now. as we get closer and closer to the pit stop times. It's really where the pit stops are expected to occur as Premier Racing Team do come into the pits. Corey Shepherd, who did come in under the pace car as well. So he only did 30 laps as well. So it seems like most of the teams there, we think that cars can go about 40 laps. Most of the teams wanting to kind of even out the stints, do a bunch of 30 lap stints in order to get to the finish rather than a couple of 40 and then a very short stint to the finish. That ought to be the fastest way. I think you have the fastest tyres to the end of the race, and you'll be carrying less fuel on average to the end of the event as well. But most of the drivers still just extending this out a little bit longer.
Remember, I alluded at the beginning of the broadcast to maybe they were trying to bookend the race and work backwards. They are quite a fair way short of where they should be had they have stopped, so they'll have less fuel to take, but they might get themselves further up the road if they can avoid going a lap down.
You can only hope for a pace car with about 55 minutes of the race to go. Be quite exciting. We're still not even halfway through this race. 4 hours we are expecting. We're not going to get to the 179th lap. And so we're still a few minutes short of halfway, but really just this first 3 hours or so until you get the last safety car. People will come just sparring with one another, making sure you're in a decent position. You want to be near the front. And it's that last hour where you need to start making the moves, where you need to start holding up your opponents, where you need a really good strategy in order to take the spoils. This second endurance meeting of the season. EXG Motorsports into the pits, Sean Linzel. And he will be coming out, I imagine, around Brian Borg, won't he? Around the Premier Racing Team. Well, probably quite a bit behind that, to be fair, because they should have similar pit stop lengths. Premier are actually stationed for a decent amount of time, 35 seconds. That's pretty standard, to be fair. Should be a full tank of fuel as Borg will now move past. So Linzel, who was, I think, about 15 seconds behind before, will maintain that gap, just moving out of his pit stop with another 34-second pit stop, and just ahead of Stephen Martin. But slightly behind Scott McCune there for the 554 machine.
Yeah, I wonder if there's some alternate strategies starting to come into play here for the Premier Racing Team. I know we know when we saw them out at Silverstone, they were very unfortunate to run out of fuel just on that final lap. So maybe a little bit of once bitten, twice shy mentality going on there. The other option that we could be seeing from that team is they're running that car a little bit lighter on fuel to try and keep the outright pace up for them, because they have been gaining hand over fist as the runs went on in the hand of Corey Shepherd. So it could be another opportunity for them. The other thing too, consider that the track temperature is still continuing to come down as we see Sean McNamara off in the weeds down at turn 6. We'll get a quick replay of that, but that's a little bit of an awkward spot to be. So he gets through 5 all right. I don't know if there's a helping hand maybe from the Fishy Motorsports car. Actually drops it on entry, and lucky for that Fishy car not to get caught up as he rotated across in towards the fence.
Jordan Ross into the pits for Synergy. I think we are just going to call them Synergy. Synergy, by the way, is SSR JK Signs Racing 440, but we're not going to read that. I kind of turned Logitech G Altus Esports into Logitech now, but sometimes Altus Esports as well. It's difficult to pronounce these extremely long names, and a lot of them kind of repeat one another with sim racing or esports at the end. Anyway, Borg is still ahead actually of Ross, so that's important for Premier. They stayed ahead of. In fact, actually, that's Premier jumping the Synergy sim racing car, isn't it? I think they were catching before. But they have now been able to move ahead themselves. So that's fantastic news for Premier Racing Team. So that will effectively be 5th place, I believe, when the pit stops have sorted themselves out. They might even have a run at Damien Johnston and Hayden Veld, who are currently in 3rd and 4th position. So Premier up into effective 5th now.
So running with our math theme that we were doing a little bit earlier, I've done a bit of a calculation of where they might end up. So round 107 is the lap that this fuel load should get Brian Borg to. And then if he does another 5 stints with Corey Shepherd at the wheel, that should make it 142. So these guys are definitely back, or bookending the race, as I like to call it. They're working from the back. And if they get a safety car, they're fueled and ready to go. They probably will make some positions if they stay out this time. But last time we saw them duck in and take the fuel, so I'm not sure what they're going to do. But it's going to be exciting to keep your eyes on the Premier car. It's moving forward.
Yeah, because 40 lap stints. So I'm just thinking 170 laps. So if we have a pace car at lap 90, you'll have to come into the pits. Because if there's a pace car at lap 90, then you can come into the pits, get a full tank of fuel on board, and then you'll only have one more stop to do. Whereas, of course, if you pit before lap 90, chances are you won't get to the end. But if we get a safety car around 85, that'd be very interesting, because some drivers would have only just come into the pit, so you may as well stay out for track position. But then others may think, we could probably extend a couple of 42 lap stints, get to the end of the race. So hopefully we get a pace car around that time. Is one more guaranteed. Of course, if there was a pace car now, everyone would be flocking on into the pits without a doubt, apart from maybe a few of the drivers who have already come into the pits. Craig Anspach back with him, and because he's yet to come into the pits for a second time. In fact, he has actually come into the pits twice, but one of them, of course, was the pace car, but hasn't pitted for a while, and he is right ahead of Sean Chappell. Got Jamie Dyke just ahead of him. Dyke with some of the oldest tyres on the track for Fishy Motorsports, pitted on lap 35. So he's really made this stint go very long. This is going to be his 41st lap, and so he will definitely be in on this lap, or maybe the next. He's got a few of the front runners catching up as well. Brian Borg, Jordan Ross, Sean Lindsell as well, a little bit further back. You can see the trainer car starting to form up. But he should probably duck into the pits before the others start overtaking. Well, that was a slide. Is that round? Someone had an absolutely huge slide there. Was that Brian Borg? Just with a massive slide, because he's got an awful exit coming out of that one. And CNG nearly catches and passes him. Does the Tanks SRT car come in this time? No, they've all stayed out. So this will be at 42 now for Jamie Dyke out on circuit.
444 just stepping to the side, just allowing everyone else to file through that car, lap down from their earlier issues. I thought I did see Jamie Dyke have a big slide as they worked their way off in towards Thunder Valley through turn 9 there. And I don't know whether Brian just had a poor exit or not, but the Premier Racing car just a little bit slower and in outright speed there. He's back up to pace now. He's got Sean Chappell just ahead for Right Sim Racing, so should be able to close that gap down and find himself into a battle. Behind Lindsay's going to have to be careful though. Lindsay's closed up onto the back of Jordan Ross just behind this group, and yeah, they're starting to find themselves in some battles as well. Actually, sorry, the cars are a bit out of sequence. There's Simon Veld behind the Pro Choice Racing one on the back of the EXG car there.
We'll just quickly give a quick shout out to some of the sponsors from for the series, because they're the guys that make this series quite as professional as it is. So big thanks to Acuta, who provide height, safety and rigging equipment. Big thanks to Jinx Shifters, who make Aussie-made gear shifters and ARB adjusters, and also brake bias adjusters, as well as the race leader comes on into the pits. Race Circuit Arts Australia, making really high quality CNC race circuits which you can put on your wall or your desk. Kind of the outline of any of your favourite tracks. I'm sure pretty much got all the Australian circuits, along with plenty of worldwide circuits as well. Sixth Gear Imagery also doing sim racing digital imagery. Wolf Graphics making stickers, and also Western Mazda, Teresa Finance and Parramatta Isuzu Utes as well. Sydney car dealers in Sydney. So certainly recommend checking all of them out if you can give them a little bit of support. Logitech then moves down to 4th place, make that 5th place. We still think these other drivers can go another 7 laps if they so choose to. Or maybe not 7 laps, but probably another 5 laps if they so choose to. But Logitech thinking that it's time to come into the pits. And also a couple of others as well proceed into the pits. But Logitech back out onto circuit in 6th place. Tanks SRT are off the circuit, Craig and Spatch. And that is just before the pits. He is back running again, Anspatch, albeit he's still off the circuit, so that's quite a big off for Anspatch and loses about 10 seconds. Also got Linsel now off the circuit as well. Just stuff going on in the 3rd sector of the lap. And Linsel does not come into the pit, so this wasn't a failed attempt at coming into the pit, this is something a little bit before. That was part of how this all happened to Anspatch, losing a bunch of time, but decided to stay out on track instead rather than coming into the pits.
An unfortunate moment there, just slightly wide of the ideal line, and it hits the grass and he's in no man's land.
And yeah, real messy as well straight after into the final couple of corners. And I wonder if the stewards will have a look at that one. It's almost slow motion as all of those that instant skating on the grass. You can see it from a mile off occurring, and eventually it did come to blows. Thomas Hinz in 15th place. Has he come into the pits? Since he has. Just about 10 laps ago, drive the penalty unsafe track entry for the car number 101. Craig Anspatch. And so he will be dropping down Tex SRT. Huge shame for that team who were doing well, had a chance at a top 10 earlier on, but just such a problematic stint for Anspatch. Not necessarily all of it his own fault, a couple of bits of contact, and any chance of a strong result really taking a hut right there. A few more drivers coming in. Synergy Sim Racing from the lead coming in. Zuba Racing Team coming in. You can assume that Tai Pan will stay out as long as possible. But as I say that, they come into the pits as well. So that is as long as possible as they can go. 41 laps, albeit one of them was under the safety car. 2 of them were under safety cars. And so will A and Z come into the pits, or will they lead a lap? They will be leading a lap, albeit I don't think it will be 2. Because Logitech GRC spots are nipping at the heels, who now take back the effective race lead. Good pace there for ANZ, 23.6.
Wait for the dive from Brady coming into turn 2. He's got the nose out, breaks down through inside. Job done, Brady Myers. Logitech GLCC Sports resume the lead of this motor race.
Who's in 2nd place now? I think we may have had a change for 2nd, because Synergy Sim Racing are up into, there they are, they're just ahead, they've just about jumped the Pursuit Sim Racing car. Not quite sure which order these two were in before the before the pit stops, but Johnston with a shorter pit stop, about 3 seconds shorter. Seems like that's maybe just bought him a little bit of time, and is now ahead. Behind them is Kobe Jones, then it's Brian Borg. So Borg for Premier Racing Team, not quite making as much progress as his team. It was, because that's a very slow car on the inside. That's the car number 11 of Cameron Jones, just very slow on the apex, Century Motorsports, and having to take a detour around him there. So no, that is effective 2nd place now for CNG Sim Racing. Much better race turning in up for them now.
Yeah, Ben Christensen too now in the lane after having gone around 1 additional time, so he will drop further down the order as those pit stops cycle through. But great job here from Damien Johnson to hold off Taliash. Taliash looking very lively as they crest through turn 9 there. Last time by, but they're going to have a little bit of lap traffic now to contend with. So Michael Dumbrell just ahead here of Damien, so hopefully not going to get too far in the way. There's so another lap down car. Just trying to work the number on that one. And they're going to step to the side as well. So good awareness just to let everyone cycle through there.
So we've got approximately 88 laps to go. We're coming up to the midway point of the race, aren't we? We're expecting the second half of the race maybe to include one extra lap than the first half because the track temperature, we believe, is cooling down at the moment, seeing as the time of day is progressing into the late afternoon. And so we think you could go on a tank of fuel for about 41 laps or so. I mean, Blake Delaney pitted on lap 41. He's still out there, so this will be his 40th lap. And so if you pitted now, you'd have to do 2 44-lap stints in order to get to the end of the race. So you might be able to skip a pit stop in comparison to the other drivers. Just wonder if that's what Vision Motorsports are trying to do at the moment. They kind of need to go another lap if they possibly can in order to make that strategy work, and they have gone for another lap. So do you think that's a strategy that they're trying to go for the 3-stop rather than the 4 guys and extend the final couple of stints a bit longer? Because it looks possible. The problem is that the pit lane's so short around here, you don't actually lose that much time with an extra pit stop.
No, you're not going to lose too much time. I think if you can play the strategy right with the safety car coming through, it's definitely going to help them out in the long run to at least set themselves up for a good conclusion to finish on. So it's just going to be trying to save it. If you can cut down the time though, you're stationary, that's definitely going to give you a good advantage to jump a little bit further up here. You still see Borg and Ross getting into an over 6th position at the moment. And I think this fight between these two teams is going to be really one to keep a solid eye on as they work their way through. A little bit of lap traffic just ahead, which will clear and let these guys through. We saw that earlier on. Last lap by with the race leaders coming through, but for these guys here, a little bit awkward of position. They work their way down through 9 up into Thunder Valley here, and that car just about gets tagged by Borg. Actually, this is going to be a really good run here for Jordan Ross. Going to try and go up around the inside into the carousel. Good little bit of racing and good respect from both those drivers not to nerf each other off into the weeds, as Brian Borg just maintains that 6th position.
Fishy finally into the pits, and now stationary is Blake Delaney in that car. Looks like I'm sure if it was Delaney in that car previously or whether they've just made a switch. But they will be out soon, although it'll be interesting to see how long their pit stop is. Whether they are going to fill it up with fuel or whether they are just going to put in maybe a half tank and try to even out these stints. Based over the 097 coming out of the pits just in the foreground. That was the Brandon O'Loughlin car, who is laps down, in fact only 1.5 laps down on the race leader, but very careful not to come out on the pits unsafely. Kobe Jones, what has happened to Kobe Jones? Zuba Racing Team off the circuit. I think they're back on now, but that is an excursion that they did not need. The team who were fighting for a podium earlier on in the event did drop back a little bit during the pit stop sequence, and that's going to be a few more seconds lost. I think they may have even lost that to Jordan Ross in all of this.
So a little bit of damage too on that front left corner for that car, so I'm not sure whether that's going to impede their progress through or whether we potentially see them dive down the lane to get that resolved, but continuing on at this point.
So we might be able to have a chat actually with our race leaders. They're not in the pits, they're not in the car at the moment, at least this one isn't. But he's done a very good job when he's been in the car so far today. It's James Scott who is in for a chat with us. Well done at the moment, James. This is odd that we're not saying well done, you've won the race, but it's looking pretty good for you guys at the moment. 20 seconds out in the lead. It's that's quite simple at the moment. You're just making laps.
Yeah, that's it. Just trying to tick the laps off. Obviously, just trying to keep the car clean in the first sort of section of the race here. Where the race really sort of starts in the last sort of 2 stints. But yeah, the car's feeling good, and Brady's doing an awesome job at the moment. Hopefully we'll be able to grab a good result at the end.
Were you surprised when Tom Freer and Pursuit Racing didn't come into the pits under the safety car, or were you expecting all of the others not to come in under the safety car?
I knew most of the cars would. Any other guys that sort of came in before us, I know they would probably pit, but I know their Tom Freer and Mike's car, they run a bit longer than us, so there probably wasn't much benefit in them pitting. Although it didn't really cost us all that much in the end there. We were able to get past them pretty quick.
And who would you say your main rivals now to the end of the race are going to be? Who's looking the most threatening towards the last hour or so of the race?
There's obviously a few cars. Everyone's in with a shot. It's still a long way to go. But obviously Jordan Ross and Kyle Stokes, they're going to be quick. Obviously Tom Freer and Mike T and Brian Borg and Corey Shepherd, who's been quick all week.
Awesome. Well, I mean, Daniel and Noy, are there any other questions you'd like to ask Scott out here?
I was going to say, how good was your restart after the safety car? It didn't take you long to displace Tom Freer. Did you see it coming, or did you expect you to do a restart like you'd normally do?
I was just sort of really concentrating on when he started to go. I knew he was probably going to try and get a run through the last corner, which has ended up sort of what he did, and was able to gauge when he was about to jump very well, and was right behind him up until turn 2 and was able to get past, which was the ideal scenario. Didn't want to really lose too much time there.
You and Brady have got it out to a massive lead, so I think you're in the box seat. Just got to keep it clean and keep it on the circuit.
That's it, mate. Still a long way to go.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having a mid-race chat with us, James, and hopefully we'll be chatting to you after the race as well.
No worries, guys.
James Scott there for Logitech G AOSC Esports, the team with a 20-second advantage out in first position at the moment. Meanwhile, the half second between Premier Racing Team and the other Synergy Sim Racing car running in second and fifth places, but it's looking pretty dominant at the moment for Logitech. I don't think they've got a huge advantage, guys. I think it's maybe 3-4 tenths of a second a lap, but it's just, as we've got Synergy round almost. It's not going to be a place lost for them. That's a 007 car just moving past, just unlapping themselves of Michael Dumbrell. But it does put him off, and that's the second mistake we've now seen from that car through that corner. I believe both of them from Jordan Ross. But they're not looking absolutely emphatic, I'd say, our Logitech at the moment. But when you've got quarters of a second, 3 tenths of a second on the others every single lap, and when they're all fighting whilst you're just in clean air, it's almost impossible to beat.
I think they're continuing on from what we've seen over the course of the last 2 seasons. They're just building on the consistency and the pace in those cars at the moment. Both their 2 drivers are just always doing a standout job, and it's reflective in what they're doing. Obviously, we saw the restart there, which Nori touched on during the interview there, and it read the conditions perfectly well, managed to get that car ahead, and has not looked back. They're managing the traffic exceptionally well, which, as we watch these guys work their way through a little bit of lap traffic, we're starting to see for some of the guys a little further down the order in your 5th and 6th position, it's getting a little bit more tricky where you come up on this traffic, and a lot of that is what's effectively helping our race leaders continue on and extend that gap.
Ooh, that's off. That could be into the wall. Or it's another mistake, number 5 we've seen on camera at least.
Yes.
Michael Dumbrell for MM Racing, and just as he overtook Ross on that last lap, or unlapped himself against Ross on the last lap due to that mistake, he now falls victim to it himself, and he has got Nathan Clive now and Cameron Jones, Fast Lane Esports and Century Motorsports, right on his tail, so we'll have to worry about them for the time being. Meanwhile, KOF, the driver's seat, just moving up into 12th place. one lap down already, but ahead of Fishy Motorsports. Remember, Fishy Motorsports with that very late pit stop before. Apologies. So Sean Thompson. The Fishy Motorsports 08 car or 8080 car? No, 09T. There you go. I can read numbers. So. But yeah, that car with the very late pit stop earlier on in the event a few laps ago. And that might be a little bit unrepresentative of where they really are on circuit. Thompson with a slide. That's an unusual line. And we're seeing plenty of sliding for the drivers, even though the grip ought to be getting better and they're on new tyres.
Yeah, it's a little bit of the old speedway line around the carousel. They're not the quickest way around, but certainly one of the prettiest ways to try and get a supercar around this circuit. It's definitely going to hurt the tyres, though, as they continue on like that. He's going to have to be careful, too, because David Coleman will definitely grab the bull by the horns if he can get close enough and try and slot that car past him. So Thompson there just needs to settle it down a little bit through that final couple of corners and continue pushing on. But this will be interesting now. We're just hearing too from race control that safety car will be deployed, and this is really going to shake this final section up.
So, can you get to the end of the race from here? We've got 80 laps to go. Yeah, you should be able to. You should be able to get to the end of the race from here on 2 long stints. So I expect everyone to flock on into the pits to get some new tyres, get some more fuel in the machines. As here comes Logitech, and they are into the pits. So yeah, everyone will be coming into the pits, pitting now, and then you should be able to pit on about lap 130, and then you should be able to go to 130, and you should be able to get to the end of the race beyond that one, get to 170. So everyone will be coming in, and really might as well maintain the lead as we use this second safety car. Apparently debris on the circuit, and this might mean this could be our last safety car to the end of the race.
And I hate to say it, but I don't know where it is.
What, the debris?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know that these cars could drop debris, to be honest.
I think race control might have mistyped it. It might be debris, but we'll figure it out.
No one stayed out at the moment. Although some very short pit stops for some drivers. So some drivers have come in and taken tyres, and others have just gone straight through. Or is that case? They are now just moving stations. So apologies. Now I think they are all taking tyres. Damien Johnston still in second place for the 440 machine of CNG Sim Racing. The Pursuit car now in third. Brian Borg in fourth, and it's a long pit stop for ANZ Motorsports. Hang on, how are ANZ in fifth place? Is that correct? And Gilbert. Yeah, I think that's correct, isn't it, guys?
Yep, that is a correct timing and scoring at the moment for that particular car. Only 3 stops completed for that team. Obviously, one of our very first pit stops right at the beginning of this race, but they have kind of gone quite under the radar here and pulled that car up into a top 5 position.
So they didn't pit then, so ANZ didn't pit, so that's why they're so far up now. Which could work, so they're going to have one more pit stop to do than everyone else, and will have older tyres in this next stint, but they are the one team that I'm seeing at the moment. Also got Mark Fee for Riot Sim Racing, and maybe a couple of other teams a bit further down the order as well, not coming into the pits. But the vast majority have come into the pits, so I like the alternative strategy from ANZ. Let's see if it works out for them, because everyone else is going to be stretched on fuel to get to the end.
It's an interesting strategy, and given that Aaron Gilbert's the driver in the car at the time, it's probably not the welcome to the series he was expecting, but ANZ obviously have faith in their driver to do the job. Otherwise, they would have pitted and taken the absolute most of the opportunity to grab some fuel and tyres.
wonder if we could ride on board with Brady Myers just a second, because we heard James Scott
Oh,
at Bathurst last time. Oh, come
ANZ's
on.
in.
Come on, mix it up, guys. We want some alternative strategies. But they've come into the pits. They've, I mean, it's going to cost them bad as well, because everyone's in a train now. They will drop back
That's the very back
potentially
of
as
the
low as
train,
18th. Yeah.
which is unfortunate, but it's the sort of the medicine you have to take with these sort of things.
I was just saying that if Brady Miles was using the clutch, but he is using the clutch, just saving some fuel. It's probably useful, to be fair, because like I said, they are going to be pressured on fuel for this remaining 1 hour 50 minutes of the race. But they must have just missed the pits, to be fair. That must have just been inexperience from ANZ, because they had the opportunity to come into the pits and they didn't. And they've really paid for that mistake. But to be honest, I think if they'd stayed out and not come into the pits on the safety car, don't think it would have been so bad. They would have had one more pit stop to do, sure. But when you got track position and when you got a little bit of an alternative strategy with the potential for a safety car later on, it could have worked out all right for them. But they've chosen to limit their losses, they'll be thinking.
I do want to congratulate Nick Houston on managing 6 laps with the Acuta safety car, looking resplendent in that silver chrome look, and he's kept it on track, so he's doing good.
Yeah, better than normal. So we've got to be harsh to someone, and Nick's an easy target.
Flash the lights if you agree, Nick.
Are we going to see the pit, the safety car in this? We've still got Dumbrell and Bowden, and no, Knight's in the train, but Dumbrell and Bowden aren't in the train at the moment, so they still need to catch up. So he might just extend this a bit, as he is now flashing the lights, so maybe he has heard. Seems like we are going to go for another lap. He hasn't yet pulled away. Or maybe that's just as fast as he can go.
This is only doing, the longer this safety car period goes on, this is only doing Logitech GLCC Sports, Damien Johnston, the SSR, JK Science, it's all doing them favours because they're all conserving fuel. They're all extending that window, so it's not going to be 130, it'll be 132, 133. Couple of laps here, couple of laps there. It all counts. It all adds up to the final showdown.
You know, I think a team who are in a really good position right here, potentially, might be Pursuit Sim Racing, because they put in a lot of fuel at that last pit stop. They put in 31.12 seconds fuel in. That's more than the top 2. Now, I'm not sure why that is. I don't know if you could get the pit stop graphic up, see when each of them came into the pits, because one would assume they've all max filled their pit stop. And so Freya, he came in a little bit earlier, but it wasn't that much earlier. So I just wonder if Freya's got a bit more fuel on that car. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. This is when I really wish we had James Scott up with us, to be honest, to ask him if he's put a full tank of fuel in that Logitech G Altus esports car, because it's difficult to tell for us at the moment. But if they haven't got a full tank, then Premier Racing Team in 3rd place and CNG Sim Racing in 5th place would be looking very good. But yeah, we're not 100% sure on that.
While you're doing the fuel cack there, we heard from Race Control, we are going green. As you can see, Nick Husler has accelerated away from the field and handing over to Brady Miners to get us going again. Second restart of the night. It'll be interesting to see if we can see the same sort of dominance as they've had before, or is Damien Johnston going to run with Brady Miners?
James Scott is the expert at restarts, but Brady Myers isn't too bad himself. And the car number 1 will soon launch us away. Johnston, right where he needs to be. He was a couple of places lower down than this under the first starts and then under the first restarts. You can't complain about this position. Second place for Johnston. He will be trying to go for a move if it opens up for him and the Synergy Sim racing car. You can start to go green now. Can the car number 1, and for the second time today, we are back under racing after safety car conditions. Leads into a second between the top two. It's a close one. Johnston almost within passing range. In fact, Mars is a little bit wide, I think, through the first couple of corners, and that gap maintaining at the moment. But actually, no, it's Johnston who just made the exit a little bit awkward for himself, and now trying to take advantage of this is Tom Freer down the inside. There's almost contact between the two of them. And is there going to be a drag race between the pair? Borg will be picking up a draft now on the pair of them, and might even try to make it 3 wide going onto the brakes. Freer down the inside. It's not necessarily the line that you want, because the outside turns into the inside, and we also have big camber, big banking on this part of the track. And now the 440 machine on the inside. It will now be Freer on the inside. Has he got a part of his car alongside? He hasn't. And he went for the attack. Clean racing from the pair. Then Freer was trying to do anything he could to put his rival offline. And you see a big queue of cars right behind these guys now. Freer wide again, and that could be a position gone here. Outside is possibly better for this one. You do risk being shoved off the circuit. Freer down the inside, but has to stay so tight, and he's got to be constantly looking in his mirrors. Gets back to the inside of the circuit to fend off the attack from Carl Stokes. But from looking very positive for Freer there, it's turned a little bit negative, because Premier Racing Team are back up into the podium places.
Yeah, and that is 3 positions in 1 lap.
Three positions for who?
3 positions back for Freer in 1 lap.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Always. Now we're going to see another move. Oh, what's going on with Tom Freer? He's had good pace today, Freer. It's always very quick. But just on this safety car restart, he's trying to get heat into his tyres. And he's drops down another place. He's down into 5th.
Make that 6th.
Yeah, so just going from bad to worse. He needs to make sure he doesn't make contact here. That would make the situation even more disastrous for him. Alongside, of course, Freer's teammate is Taliancic, who, well, look at that, Freer with the flashing of the lights directed towards him by Hayden Veld. This pistol sequence hasn't worked out for Veld either, really. I think Azuba had a little bit of a tricky end to the last stint. I think they had an off with their other driver. And that's just meant that they're 6th place rather than the podium that they were earlier on. But look at how far back Freer is now from the cars ahead. He just needs to get back into the rhythm of things. We've got a queue back to 10th place with gaps of less than half a second between each of the drivers. Big slide for Hayden Veld there, and that's just going to allow Freer to start relaxing, and might allow him to get into a rhythm and start pulling away.
Good opportunity here for Veld to pick up another spot if he can hang with, although it just looks like they're starting to drop back. Drop off Marty Hansen here, but still sitting quite comfortably behind Freer. The draft should help him out, just not able to be closed in this time by. To settle down for another run through 4 and 5. The guys just ahead, Borg and Stokes have started to scamper away reasonably well. Johnston surprised wasn't able to go as much with Rory Mayers either early on, so that gap's already re-extending out further in the midfield. Sean Linson getting into a fantastic little scrap here. So Dave Kidman from Shoot Sim Racing just ahead, right behind Tom Tims, who's continued to work his way back through following a very early stop that team took earlier in the race, and the drive-through that they did encounter. So they're working their way up, just sitting on the top 10 at the moment. Just got down the inside of ANZ Motorsports car down into turn 1 there. Right on board with Aaron Gilbert up towards the keyhole, just plays a little bit defensive. Next car for Jones will be Mark Fee for Right Sim Racing just ahead. Gilbert's going to cautious back up.
Forcing him offline at the moment. Here comes Gilbert down the inside. Just the move opening up. We've seen so many moves like that so far. Staying now going to lose another place is feet, and another on top of that one. He's down to 18th place now. Wow, that was 4 places lost in an instant, maybe even 5 places lost, dare I say. Absolutely terrible couple of corners. That's the worst place where you can get overtaken. It's so narrow around that particular part of the track. And so has got a lot of catching up to do. But there's some of the battling in this kind of teens area today. Whilst it's not for the top positions, it's been some of the best racing that we've had really all season long. Such evenly matched, it's really tricky to tell. With the team racing as well, we've got teams having good pace one moment, then changing drivers, and being caught the very next. Warwick will be is looking racy at the moment. He's onto the back of Aaron Gilbert. So it didn't work out too badly for Gilbert actually for ANZ. Moved up to 5th place, of course, when he didn't come into the pits initially under safety car, then had to come into the pits straight after. Instead feeling like the pit stop was necessary, even though it was going to lose him a lot of time. He didn't actually drop right to the back of the train. Actually dropped back just a few more positions from where he was. Bowden is being done here by Warwick. Bowden with the better line. So great side-by-side bouncing here at Mid-Ohio. I mean, this is one of the best parts of this circuit. Now, it does seem like it's one of those circuits where if you get overtaken once, it's very easy to open up the floodgates and let the entire field pass.
It's the same for a lot of these. The minute you get the nose in, especially with how tight these trains are, it's, everyone here is very opportunistic to try and get those additional moves done, as we see the Century cars dive off into lane. Actually, that was Sean McNamara bringing the 95SS car in for another stop. Those guys surprisingly only completed the 2 stops so far over the course of this race, so that's been a fantastic drive for those guys. And working out quite nicely. Paul Warwick, he's trying to chase down Aaron Gilbert just ahead. Rob Bowden is bringing the tanked car back into contention here, along with Sean Thompson, who has just taken over from Rob as well. So Rob Harris, that is. So these guys all starting to find themselves in a good spot. Here's Bowden down the inside, and pretty textbook. We have a little bit of a hip and shoulder as they get into 4, and you can just see Sean Thompson considering trying to stick the nose of that KRF car up the inside, and claim another position if possible.
All round, and that's going to be into the wall for Bowden.
That's a penalty.
And yeah, probably is going to be investigated by the stewards. Is back going away, but he's lost the rear wing now. Has Bowden's lost quite a bit of that cut, at least on my screen. Didn't look like that hard a hit, but that shouldn't affect him too bad, Bowden. I doubt he'll have to come into the pits again, but he's got a long way to go until his next pit stop. He needs to go to about lap 100 and lap 130 in order to make one more pit stop. He's not coming in straight away, so even if he is losing just a quarter of a second a lap due to that damage, that is going to really turn out to be quite a big margin by the end of this stint. It's back down to 19th place, so yeah, we'll see what the stewards think of that one as we go see a replay of how it happened. Bowden was going for the move down the inside and already making contact between the two. Now, I wonder if that just aggrieved maybe the 660, because I think they made contact a second time, and then the 660 tries to get the cut back. Bowden does miss the apex, to be fair, and I'm sure that the stewards will think, but we'll look at that from a few different angles to decide what the appropriate penalty is.
660 already tied up in a few incidents tonight, so it's not a good look on that particular car, but we'll race ahead and wait for the stewards to make the official call. Here's Thomas Hinds They're fighting back from their race tonight after they've had a drive through. Applying pressure to the back of Sean Lindsell and David Kimmond in the AXG and Pursuit car. AXG going for the dive. Kimmond gives a bit of room, bit of a lock-up, and through takes Coleman with him. Sorry, takes Hinds with him.
Yeah, will he make that one? Looks like Hinds has got past up 15 places now. They've been a little bit under the radar, have that Zuba Racing 209 car, but they did start in 24, they started pretty much last. And it's taken them about 2.5 hours to kind of get back to their kind of rightful position. This is kind of where you'd expect them to be racing anyway, as the 660 will have to adjust to the 010. Oh, that's harsh to Paul Warwick, because Bowden lost so much time from that. That's 7 seconds he's going to have to slow up now. Is Paul Warwick. He's already starting to do it, I believe, and having to give that position back. Something I've also noticed about this series, or about this race at least, is that we've got 3 different Seans, and they're all spelled different ways. They got the old Sean Bean thing of the SEAN, and then we got the classic Sean, I say. SHAUN, and then also got the Sean with a W, which I haven't seen in the past, the SHAWN. Are there many Seans spelled with a W down in Australia, Nori? Because I've never seen that spelling before.
I think you're looking at the spelling when you should be looking at the race. It's an interesting fact, and it's good to know, but not one I've seen before. No.
It's not common then to have a W in Sean, because I've never seen it before. I don't know if it's just like an Aussie thing.
Not in my knowledge. I'm not a name expert down here though.
Okay. Well,
Daniel, can you shed any light on the situation?
I'm not sure if Daniel's with us at the moment. Apparently, I think a hurricane's going on outside his swoop. Do you have hurricanes, or is it the other ones that you have in Australia?
No, we got hurricanes. I'm not sure.
Okay, so
wrong end of the country.
I was thinking that hurricanes were like northern hemisphere, and then something else was southern hemisphere. But I might be getting that one.
I think wrong. Tornadoes are northern hemisphere.
Ah, right. Yeah. So sorry about that detail, but we need to talk about names. Paul Warwick. He's just giving up that place then. Who did he have to give up the place here? It's Rob Bowden and not completely. Now he's letting past all these cars past, and he's just got Bowden to give that place back to now. This is absolutely terrible. Yeah, heck, even a drive-through may be better because he gets it opened up nice and quickly. That's the 660 then down into 19th place again, and he's going to have to do it all over again. But it's a fair move. He spun his rival round. He has to pay the price. He's lost out no more than what Bowden has lost out. So fair enough. I think you've got to say on that one. As we move a little bit further up, this is all looking pretty close at the moment, isn't it? We've got you can see for yourself on the timing screen. Everyone down to about 10th place, 2nd to 10th separated by less than 10 seconds. We've been green flag racing for over 10 laps now. So it's nicely close. At the most interesting racing, struggling to pull away from Premier Racing Team, who are with Brian Borg at the wheel, once again paying some awesome lap times at the moment, but they are still dropping back from the race leader by about half a second a lap.
You see the gap there between Brady Myers and Damien Johnston. It's just growing exponentially every lap.
Yeah, no sign back. But I mean, if it weren't for Logitech this season, if it weren't for Logitech, if it weren't for James Scott, if we'd had a classic season. I mean, it's been a great season regardless, obviously, but we'd have a really tight championship because it's a bit like when you take kind of Mercedes out of the last few championships in Formula 1, particularly like 2014 to 2016. We'd have had a few different race winners, really tricky to predict, but when you've got a dominant force like Logitech GRTC Sports out there, it's really tricky to take them off their perch. You need a little bit of luck, and you need to be on top of your game as well. And that might not be too far away. We know that some of these drivers can take on Scotts and Myers in an all-out battle and beat them fair and square. We've seen it last season. We've almost seen it a couple of times this season as well. But today they do just seem to have a little bit of a gap, just as they did at Bathurst as well 1 week ago. Up to 5.8 seconds now as that gap. Only a tenth faster there for Myers, and everyone behind them 22.7, 22.8, 22.7, 22.7, 22.8 back to Hayden Belt. So second to sixth, all incredibly tightly matched. And of course, we are expecting pit stops in about 25 minutes time. They all should be coming into the pits quite at the same time. So if you can save a little bit of fuel, maybe, or a little bit of tyres, could benefit you later on. But this is all teasing up to be a very good fight for the final places on the podium.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice duke out at the end after they've taken their final stop, and we'll finally see where the SSR, Premier, and Pursuit cars all line up at the end of it.
And of course, we could get another safety car as well later on in the events, and if we go around lap kind of 125-ish, then that would be very interesting to see how many drivers came into the pits. Bowden's trying to make his way back up. He's shed a bit of weight, and he's already got past Michael Dumbrell then. As right sim racing off the circuit, and that is going to take him a while to get back onto track. Mark Fee, who did drop from about 11th place down to drop from 13th down to 18th, didn't he? In just a few corners earlier on, will start to make up some time again, but that has undone his good work. Meanwhile, that means that Warwick gains a couple of places, goes from 19th to 17th in a couple of corners, because he's just overtaken Michael Dumbrell fair and square just then. He's up into 17th, and now he can try to pass Bowden again, this time hopefully a bit cleaner than the first.
Yeah, I wonder if that incident for Mark there was just a simple case of locking up the right inside tyre on the run through the carousel, because we've already seen that from a few cars today. He was very fortunate not to find his way into the tyre barrier either, so escape what could have been a potentially awkward situation for him there and get back underway. But there's fight up here at the moment. 15th and 16th, Rob Bowden all over the back of Nathan Clive, work their way down into turn 6 and 7, and as you say, Sam, the loss of the rear wing certainly hasn't slowed him down at all.
Yeah, it should probably affect him through the corners, which affects him down the straights, which isn't necessarily accurate to real life. That is Linsdell ahead of Hinz. Has he just made that move? No, I think that's Hinz trying to attack Linsdell. Linsdell was slower that last time round. And so Hinz actually trying to make up another place. Yeah, of course, 15 places going for Hinz, and trying to make up a 16th now. I mean, question what he could have done if it weren't for that pit lane start. Fortunately, with this endurance format and with the safety cars that we have, you can't complain too much if you have a bad moment in the first half of the race, because you should have time to make it up. But he does seem to have a similar pace to some of the leaders. Well, 23.7 on that last lap, Hinz, albeit in a bit of traffic, certainly much faster than Sean Linsdell ahead of him, but just dropping back to about half a second behind on this part of the track. It takes around this circuit, so tricky to be able to pull off. Tank SRT up into 15th place. Rob Bowden is ahead of... as now there's been an off for Rob Bowden. So he has headed off. I wonder if we've seen the same mistake of dipping a wheel onto the grass through the double right. Or maybe it's just a bit before that. No, it's actually just a few corners before that. And Rob Bowden has collided. Please don't say it is with the same car of Paul Warwick. I don't think it is. I think he's collided with Nathan Clive.
It didn't really leave a lot of room there for Nathan. He tried to turn back across the nose on the exit there of 5, just trying to straighten up the run into 6. And for Nathan, there really didn't have anywhere he could have gone other than the brakes, and that would have led him into the back or into the front of 3 or 4 other cars. So for Rob there, a little bit of just a clumsy move that's ultimately seen both those cars now drop another 3 places.
Deep on the inside for the Zuba car. Not quite. He's had to wait for a while here. Some support coming from the chat from RSpec Australia. Come on, Hinz, you can do it. He can do it. That's what he needs his teammates to be telling him right now. Also, the 554 needs 2 more stops for driver stops, thanks to Henry James Racing for that one. So the 554 is Sean Linsell in 8th place, EXG Motorsports, and apparently they need 2 more stops for driver swaps. So that's a little bit of a mistake from those guys, is it not? I'm not 100% sure on the rules of that, but is it 4 driver swaps you've got to make during the race?
Not entirely sure myself on that one.
We'll be a part of the driving fair share, so they'll just want to cycle everyone through just to make sure they meet the minimum stops. So you've got 3 stops in total for all your drivers, or 3 minimum driver swaps to get everyone through, and maximum laps they do need to try and stick in. We're only just getting to that point now, which is 118 laps. If you had it gone through from the start of the race, we've seen a lot of driver swaps so far. So pretty well all the teams I would have thought at this point should be within the rules and the guidelines where they need to be, but it's interesting to see that this car on screen for Sean Linsell still needs to come down twice more.
I mean, that's going to wreck their race. They have to make 1 more pit stop. Unless, yeah, I think they've got a full tank of fuel in that car as well. I mean, if they need to pit twice, they may as well pit now, to be honest, and get out of traffic and get some new tyres on. But that will, yeah, really affect them badly, and that will frustrate Thomas Hinz a little bit as well. If this Linsell car isn't actually in play, he's being held up regardless. The 126 of Marty Hansen. I haven't talked about Marty Hansen too much, to be fair, for Taipan Racing. Talked about his teammate maybe a little bit more. So Hansen doing very well. We might actually see a move just in the background here. 1.5 tenths of a second. Here comes Hinz. No, that's the best opportunity to overtake, and that seemed to be as close as could ever dream of getting. And yet, see the car biding his time to get back up to 2 tenths.
Should have the run down the straight here, so he should be able to dive into turn 4, 3.
Oh, it was a bit late, wasn't it? Oh,
and it bumped him off the road.
I mean, I don't know whose fault that was. I was a long way back to go for the move. But he did kind of get alongside on the entry as Zuba now actually just lets them pass. So no changes of position in that. It's just cost EXG and Zuba a bunch of time and means that pursuit Sim Racing 2 right on the tail.
Yeah, but he's done the right thing. Sorry, Dan.
No, I was going to say, you pretty well hit the nail on the head there. No, it was good sportsmanship too from Thomas, knowing that he'd got into the door there just to redress that position. Ultimately, it would have been the decision based on the events we've already seen over the course of this race from race control, so to come through and clear that out. Smart move. Luckily, Lee didn't lose a position either, but going to have to be very cautious with David Kidman behind in that Pursuit Sim Racing car.
Unfortunately, it seems like there's been some connection issues for Kenneth Latzer, some electricity issues for Kenneth Latzer, which means that he hasn't been able to get into the car. Hasn't been able to get in the car besides Sean Linsell so far in that EXG Motorsports machine, and so it has really scuppered their strategy so far in this race. And well, apparently you can only do 118 laps as an individual driver, so he is coming up to that. Is Linsell, and we wait to see if Latzer will be able to get back into that car and at least finish the race, at least score some points for that EXG team.
Michael Dumbrell here down into 4, running alongside Paul Warwick. He just gets that car through. A little bit of a wiggle there for Warwick. Not sure whether just some braking issues in that Fishing Motorsports car, but Michael Dumbrell, a nice move down the inside. And continuing on, so that will move him now up to the 15th position. Long way up the road, though, is his next contender. That'll be Aaron Gilbert for ANZ Motorsport, who's 11.5 seconds further up the road. So a lot of work to do to close that gap down. So you see Cameron Jones for Century Motorsport diving in the lane for another one of the stops tonight.
So that will be one more stop to go for him. Did he come into the pit? I'm not sure if Jones actually or Martin now into that car for Century Motorsports. I'm not sure if they came into the pits under the safety car. Century Motorsports, he started off really strong. I think they were battling for the top 10, but they've just faded away a little bit as the race has gone on. A couple of mistakes for them, and just been shuffled down when we've had a lot of battling in that midfield area. He is now back out on circuit. He will be close to, if not, a lap down on the race leader, Grady Myers, and Logitech G out of Esports. We are expecting pretty much all the drivers to be swapping drivers for the last in out of the front runners. So all that you see at the moment may well change with the different speeds of the drivers come the final stint. At the moment, the most likely move from this looks as though it's probably Tom Freer, passing with Carl Stokes, 4th and 5th places, St. G Sim Racing and Pursuit Sim Racing. Also, Hinz is onto the back of Lindsell again, already made contact and collided have these two. And he's trying it again, is Hinz, but if he was cautious before, I imagine he's going to be even more cautious now after the mistake that he made a few laps ago.
Yeah, and just so happens we're heading now down into that area where that side-to-side contact happened a few laps ago. Here's another shot for Hinz down the inside and should be able to actually close that move off. Cheekily comes back onto the racing line and shuts the door there quite furiously. So he'll now move himself up into that 8th position. But it'll be interesting to see whether now Sean Lindsell is able to return serve and see what he can do. But that was a nice move there for Thomas.
We got Simon Bayer off. He should be able to move that car back going. Trace Automotive Racing, who stopped earlier on in the race. So then we stopped earlier on in the race, or maybe it was one of the other teams. But that's just a mistake, and that did very well to avoid the wall the first time, and a little bit of a tap on the wall the second time. But some nice driving there from Bayer to avoid heavier contact.
Like I was saying earlier in the race, that particular corner where the car is unweighted coming over the crest of the hill is always difficult to get the power down, and that right there is a demonstration of how it is not done.
It's brilliant to have so much grass around these areas. It's proper deterrent. On iRacing in particular, I mean, iRacing will argue that the grass model is accurate to real life, but I think it's something difficult to model. You know, you've got a few different factors. I mean, how much has it rained recently? Of course, there is no rain in the iRacing sim, so it's kind of difficult to say what kind of standard default you have on those numbers.
No rain yet.
No rain yet.
Fingers crossed that that's coming, because God, that would really throw a huge spanner in the works for how this sim would evolve.
Hashtag soon.
Hashtag soon, yeah. But it just moves ahead. Can we have a grass moistness variable, please? How moist the grass is. And if it's dry, then you don't skid a whole lot, and if it's wet, you accelerate basically when you get onto the grass, because at the moment the grass feels as though it's as wet as anything. So and so that's why kind of cars could just go absolutely flying off the circuit. Not sure if it's totally reflexive in real life, but no, please, iRacing, some rain, please. Hopefully next year. Fingers crossed for next year that we get something like that.
And
Do you
some
think-
more Aussie circuits while we're at it, but not too much.
Do you think either of you two would be very good in the wet? Do you think? Whether I mean, have you tried? I don't know if either of you guys ever done any wet weather driving in like some race cars or some go karting. Tried wet weather in other sims, but do you guys think you would be good at that?
It'd be interesting to learn. I mean, that being said, I mean, I know from skid pan experience, the cars still offer up quite a bit of grip. Obviously, that probably diminishes a little bit more the quicker you're going, but I think it'd be quite interesting.
I
Good
think I'll
news.
echo those.
So you go.
I was going to say, I think I'll echo those sentiments. It'll be good to learn. Not sure I'd be so crash hot at it myself, but be willing to give it a go.
I mean, it would be brilliant, particularly in the endurance events, the special events, when we get a few patches of rain during the race, and would really make the setups really second guess themselves. You think some cars you set up the cars quite differently for wet weather compared to dry weather, and good news is that iRacing, if they do implement that, I'm sure it would be really high quality done. You'd have a karting line, you'll have the accurate puddles and whatnot. And every other sim that I've tried, at least, hasn't quite got it right yet. Some better than others, but really no one's quite nailed it. So hopefully iRacing will do that soon. Into the pits is Synergy Sim Racing 440. Now this is well before you can get to the end of the race. We're expecting 170 laps in this race. And the furthest you can go on a tank of fuel is 40 laps. And so you need to get to 130 in order to get to the end of the race. So into the pits comes Synergy. They're not trying to go for the one stop to the end of the race, and they're quite happy to go for the two stop. Bit more of a racy strategy, that bit less risky. You know that you can get to the end. You're not going to have to do any fuel saving, and you're going to have fresher tyres as well. But it's difficult to tell who's going to try that. Surely Premier will stay out and try to go for the one stop. You can pretty much put your money and put your house on that, because they always go for the alternative strategy. But I'm not sure about the others.
Riding on board with Hayden Veld here. I wonder if he's getting held up because he seems to be quite pacey and aggressive on the back bumper of Tom Frere in a pursuit to 201 car. So interesting to see, because this gap has really closed up in the last couple of laps.
And
Being a little bit held up to that lap down car, the number 11 in 20th position, but just a bit of an awkward track to clear. He's able to get through now, but that did cost those two quite a bit of time.
Adam Briggs in the chat at the moment, so I wonder if Adam could let us know where all the DPR cars are. They have been a notable miss today, so I wonder if he could just let us know that.
If he couldn't read the part number of the pursuit's wing plate before, he can now, because he's right on the back bumper there. Tom just grabs the inside or the outside front left.
We've got Nathan Clive off the circuit, by the way, guys. Not sure if he's still running. No, so he's okay. So I just thought that might be a possibility of a safety car there. But Nathan Clive for Fast Lane Esports is back going.
Yeah, it's just like run up, down into 4. Gets the car braked reasonably well, actually just snatches the rear just a fraction and fires it off into the sand trap, but we'll get back underway. Fortunate to keep that car off the tyre barrier, so a little bit of time lost, but no major damage to report from that one. This battle now for third has started to heat up again. Costo starting to come back under pressure from both Freer and Veld behind. We saw those guys only a lap or two ago just being held up a bit by one of the lap down cars. That gap now has closed right back in as the sunlight comes out again. And it's going to be a great little scrap now as the guys work their way up into third.
So closest battle at the moment on circuit. Also got Bowden and Cine. I think Bowden, he had an issue on that last lap where he's just let by Cine. In fact, Cine, I think, was the one who had the poor lap last time round. That would all seem very simple from the 0-1-0. So I wonder if he is just addressing that position. Cine one of them had him off a moment before. But yeah, Cine back up into 15th place. I don't know, yeah, of course.
For Geordie there, they just came in and did a driver swap and pit stop. So Damien handing over and Geordie jumped back in behind the wheel there.
Need to keep an eye on Geordie's times actually. 22.25 in that last lap. That is matching the race leader and 3/4 of a second faster than Brian Borg in second place. Some hefty lap times already. Drive through penalty for someone, I think. Unless that's just letting us know on the chat or whether someone's actually received that. 0-1-0.
Cool. So that's Rob Bowden.
Never had a rubbish run today.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's actually being administered by the stewards. So there is an option in iRacing to give those incidents in sim, but the stewards have decided to take that into their own hands as Synergy. Are they ahead of... no, that was just something coming up on my time screen. I think that's also stayed the same.
Settled into a pretty good little rhythm here at the moment. Not too much going on between either of them. Looks like Kyle Stokes just struggling a little bit through the twisties of 6, 7 and 8 just to get the power down in that car, which is starting to hurt the lap times just marginally. They were a little bit slower last time by. Only about 1/10 of a second to the guys trailing, but could be that the tyre life in that car's starting to expire at the moment. And they're also going to find themselves soon getting into the back of a little bit of lap down traffic, just a few cars ahead. So 554 EXG Motorsports car now drops into the lane from the 8th position. And Sean Linsell handing that car over. Up front, it's still a very commanding lead in hand of Brody Mayers. That gap now out to almost 13 seconds to get themselves down off turn 9 and almost a faultless run. The consistency of this car has been second to none out there, and they're not going to be too far away from the next round of pit stops. Probably expect to see that car in about 5 to 6 laps, I dare say, based on where they were last in, which was like 89. So looking quite good, and another 22-second lap, 122 lap wheeled off for that car.
It seems that that car gets faster and faster as the stint goes on. They out of the blocks, it seems like they only have maybe 1/4 of a second a lap, but then as the stint progressive, it turns it more like into half a second. On that last lap, it was 7/10 or close to 7/10 of a second for Brady Myers. So that car is absolutely locked in on this Mid-Ohio circuit. Borg in second place, of course, Stokes in third. CNG Sim Racing. And it seems like all the guys who haven't so far come into the pits are committing to that 4-stop, 3-stop strategy. It's difficult to say because some drivers come in under the pace car, but basically 1 stop since it's the 1 stop after the last pace car, basically, is what I'm trying to say. It seems like most drivers are committing to that, and so far the only team who have committed to the 2-stop. In fact, a couple of teams have committed to the 2-stop. Jordy Cini in the CNG Sim Racing car, and also E-Extreme Motorsports as well, with Ken Latta. Finally, apologies, Ken Latta at the head of that car. And Briggs just letting us know why DPR aren't here today. Congested calendar. So they got quite a few events. Petit Le Mans, of course, coming up next weekend. Hopefully everyone has a good time with that, of course, with the day-night transitions. I haven't done that since the day-night transitions were introduced. I won't be able to this year either, but the P2 as well being involved, and the Corvette, so it should be a fantastic event.
It's also the iRacing official Bathurst 1000. This, what the...
We've got a streaker on turn 4. Get cameras on that. I mean, that's what we want to see, guys. Yeah, on turn 4, so here we go. I see someone run over here. Terrible if we did. Maybe it's a kangaroo. A kangaroo's got on. Or raccoon. What do they have in America? Bears? A bear could be on the track.
A bear or a deer or something.
Yeah.
Kangaroo might be a bit of a stretch.
It happens to do a big hop.
Unless one hauled it over in the boot of one of these cars.
So
well, that becomes a quarantine issue then, doesn't it?
I think that'd be the only issue. Logitech into the pit, so okay, who's this going to benefit here? Can you get to the end of the race from here? We've got just over an hour to go. The fuel,
No.
we believe, goes about 52, 53 minutes if you can push it. So you need to extend your final stint by about 10 minutes in order to make this, and that would be a lot. And seeing that everyone is coming into the pits, I don't think there's a whole lot of option. This could work out well though for Jordy Cini, I think, and the CNG Sim Racing team, because they've been out there on fresh tyres, setting some quick lap times. They should be able to take second place. They won't be anywhere near James Scott, of course. He's just got back into that car for the final stint. But where is Cini in comparison to the Shepherd? Shepherd is coming up to the end of his pit stop. He's right at the end of the pit stop. Here he goes, coming out of the pits, and it is CNG Sim Racing just ahead. So it's not brilliant for CNG because they've now got older tyres than their rivals, but it's not too bad. I don't think it's really helped or hindered anyone in particular out there. But yeah, the 440 back up into second place. Other changes, I believe, has the 143 got ahead of the 201? The CNG Sim Racing getting ahead of the Pursuit Sim Racing, I believe, during the pits. Potentially, although all their pit stops were very evenly matched.
Yeah, I think when we saw those cars all come in, that was still the same running order. Prior to that, Jordan was still, or the CNG Sim Racing car was still ahead of Pursuit and Zuva, but they're going to be in a good stead here with fresh tyres on board. Might be a little bit tricky for Jordy, however, he'll be a little bit lighter in the rear end of that car, having been out on circuit for 7 laps already, so a little less fuel on board when they go back under green. But it's going to be an interesting to see how this goes. We're going to expect probably one more stop from all these cars too, as we're just about to tick over the 3-hour mark here. I would be expecting to see one more stop for all of these guys to try and get these cars home.
You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of Silverstone, race 1. And when I said, could you go to the end of the race? And you were like, "Pa, of course not." Well, who was laughing on that? It turned out you couldn't actually get to the end. But you could nearly go to the end, couldn't you? Maybe you could, because we're going to have another lap under safety car. We will go green with probably 58 minutes to go, 57 minutes to go. That's not that much further. So I think Premier will try to go the whole way. I think Corey will try to extend it. This is tricky for James Scott. He doesn't want to be caught out here. He is lifting and coasting and using the clutch, but that's what he always does, so he doesn't give a whole lot away there. But Come on, guys. You got to say that it's possible here, can't you?
Nope.
No.
Yeah,
right.
I'm agreeing with Nori on this one. Nah, it can't be done.
Well, anyone on the chat, let us know if you think it is possible. Freedom Myers, let us know in the chat. What are your team doing? Give us away your strategy. Tell us if you're planning on pitting again, or whether you're planning to go straight to the end. But it should be an interesting one, for certain. About 42 laps the fuel can go, and we are expecting just short of 170 laps. I think we were going to get to 170 if it weren't for this final pace car. But instead, we're just going to be a little bit short of that, approximately 166, maybe 167 towards the end of the event as we move into the final 60 minutes of the race.
Yeah, and safety car will be in this lap as well. As we see Nick starting to extend a little bit of a gap, and he'll bring that car in, which will just about hand over restart control soon back into James Scott. So expect to see Scott probably back the pack up just a bit as they work their way through 6 and 7. And it'll be interesting to see whether he looks to restart just before that final corner, which we've seen him do on quite a few occasions. This will be a little bit different for him now, being back at the start of the grid on the restart, not having to contend with another car.
So the safety car just holding on for a little while before pulling away. So I should put his foot down pretty soon, and there it goes, showing the Mercedes power, because the GT3 car's quite a bit faster than these supercars. Around most circuits, at least, certainly around this, the GT3 is going to be a bit more nimble. So they're no such as are these supercars, and much more tricky to drive. I think most drivers would agree. James Scott's for the third restart. Then they also, well, no, to be fair, the second restart because on one of the ones via Les, they also started on the grid on pole position, and he's going to have to do it all over again. 57.5 minutes to go at Mid-Ohio. And back under green flag conditions, it's Logitech G Outsource Esports leading the way. It's CNG Sim Racing in second place. It's Premier Racing Team in third. As single file, they head through the first couple of corners. Into turn 2, the Zuba car maybe a little bit under pressure just behind. Is there going to be any moves on the brakes? At the moment, there's not. And for the first time, really, the second place has managed to keep up with the Logitech car. Off the start, it's 3.5 tenths of a second, and the 440 can pay all of his attention to putting a bit of pressure on the championship leader, the defending champion. Cones going flying off just in the background as well. Everyone's just glancing to the inside, but very few kind of committed moves at the moment. And it's all staying the same way. And we will soon get an insight into what these drivers are doing, whether they're trying to get to the end or whether they are going to pit once again. But nice start there for Rossini, and he's keeping within half a second of the race lead.
Yeah, really good restart for all involved. Sort of big wiggle from Brian Borg as he tipped through turn 6 there, able just to keep that car under control and stay with it. But for a top 6, they've really not let Eltis get away here with a comfortable restart. It's really good effort from all these guys. Did see a bit of a battle going on further behind with Rob Bowden and Sean Chappell. That one looks to have settled itself down as well, with Bowden staying just in front in that 16th position.
Bit of a slide for Jordan City there out of the second corner leading into, or out of turn 1 leading into turn 2. He's actually kept with James a little bit here. He hasn't let him run away. But it's definitely the cork in the bottle holding Corey Shepherd at bay.
Just getting a small draft is the CNG Sim Racing car. You can see that gap coming down on the timing tower. About the 0.72 to about 0.65. And Sydney, it was difficult to imagine Sydney playing a performance like this together a few weeks ago, last season certainly. But he has been one of the most improved drivers so far in this championship. And he is holding at bay at the moment. The very quick cut of Corey Shepherd on his tail. No signs of lifting and coasting at the moment. So for these guy, so at the moment it's looking very unlikely for that strategy to work. Fastest lap of the race for the race leader, 21.75. We often see the fastest laps coming on the second lap under green flag conditions once the tyres are just a little bit warmed up. But Shepherd might be having a chance here. 1.5 tenths of a second behind. He passes to the inside, but he was early on the brakes. So he's staying on his racing line and keeping up some good pace still. But this almost feels like a matter of time rather than a matter of if.
Yeah, Shepherd really starting to apply the pressure. It's interesting watching him try and get this car out of some of the slower speed corners, really driving it on the rear wheels. You can see a lot of correction and rotation a bit more as they set up into 5 over the top of the hill. Both cars sitting in quite comfortably and looking pretty good. They're dropping just a fraction now off the back of Scott. Shepherd takes a big lot of curb there, closes that gap right up. Minor little touch there. It's be interesting to see a little bit of wheel work as the guys get off this corner. The wheel car gets a light, but very good driver there for Seaton. Jordy Seaton just to keep that car up ahead.
Seems like it's the top 6 at the moment. Taipan racing just dropping off slightly, but again, everyone's very evenly matched. I mean, only half a second slower than the race leader was Cameron Beacock in 7th place on that last time, although we have seen Logitech kind of get stronger as the stints have gone on, and his pace seems to light later on in the stints. Not exactly slow at the moment either. But yeah, Beacock on that last time actually matching the 2nd place driver of Jordy Cini. So yeah, Cini is perhaps just holding up these guys. Becoming a look a bit closer this time. Shepherd just over 2 tenths of a second back. This is just about within passing range. It needs to be a maniac to go for it, really. And that's what he didn't do. Zuba almost gets him past Taipan as well in the background. Zuba alongside. Have they been able to make that move? Just moving ahead now for 7th place. And they are. They are up 1 place. So Zuba racing now in 6th and 7th. And Taipan dropped down to 8th.
Yeah, keep an eye on that move as that unfolded. So good to see those guys working through. It's interesting to keep an eye just on the way the Altus car's getting away here. They're pushing incredibly quick early on just to build up that little bit of a buffer. Then we'll tend to see the pace fall off just a fraction here, and they'll just continue to eke out those small gains. But early on, while the tyres are good, they're pressing on quite well. Cini doing a stellar job still, holding down that 2nd position. Corey Shepherd all over the back. They have dropped Jordan Ross off now, and similar to that, Ross has also dropped Freer and Jones, who are getting into their own little scrap there for the 5th position now.
Taipan is off the circuit. We're in 8th, and now they've dropped down to 11. Beacock with a mistake, and they're going to drop down to 12th as well. Fisher Motorsports moving past. So having an issue. I think that's just found around turn 2, moving slightly off the circuit. And it's a few costly positions lost there in this kind of closing leg of the race. If you lose a position now, that can often be very decisive at the end, as EXG are seemingly letting that position go, and there wasn't contact between the 2 of them seemingly, because the EXG car with Kenneth Latzer at the wheel has lost his bonnet.
The new forward cooling mod there, just to keep that car running cool. But yeah, been interesting to see that car dropping down the mid-corner, not really working for him. Maybe going to dive in the lane, continues on. A little bit of front-end damage as well, so rear-end run for those guys. Cameron Beacock also in Taipan Esports, so that car dropping in to get a change and a set of rubber and tyres on that one, so they get back underway.
Tanks SRT are going to be able to manufacture a move in 13th and 14th. They're on the telecarrier of the driver's seat. And currently, they are very evenly matched, are the two drivers, Jimmy Dyke, Rob Bowden. Bowden with quite a bit more pace. You feel he has now got that car repaired, obviously, with that safety car. In fact, that safety car came out pretty good time for Bowden, to be fair, because that meant that he has spent a few less laps with missing a rear wing replaced. Of course, do get a fast repair. So these drivers, a few fast repairs, I believe, actually. It's 4 of them, maybe 3 of them, during these endurance races. So they're almost certain to get to the end of the race. Means we have a few more cars on circuit by the end. KOF, though, with Rob Harris at the wheel, maintaining that 12th place. Of course, we started off this race with 23 drivers, and we've still got 22 of them. The only retiree was EXG Motorsports Black. And the only losers out so far today in this race, as Alex Schuler has just lost up to Simon Chadwick a little bit further down. And yeah, there is that move for 18th, I believe.
Yeah, Schuler was involved in a bit of a coming together earlier on, around the halfway mark with Rob Bowden. As we see a change of position here with Loxton now moving himself up into the 6th position. Actually, it's been a little bit of a awkward couple of laps there for Tom Freer, who's now dropped from what was the 5th position down into 7th at the moment in the Pursuit Sim Racing car. So I'm not sure whether he's just had a couple of moments there that have ultimately let the goes from the Zuba team come through, or just struggling a little bit with pace at this point in time. But that's going to make their run to a check flag a little bit tougher, having to get past a few more cars now.
This is Christensen on Stovold. He's a little bit of time from the pursuit car. 22.7 versus the 22.6. So Christensen slowly nipping away and trying his best to catch up and get by.
Cars a little bit slower last time by for Princeton, however gaining a little bit through the first sector, drops a fraction surprisingly into the 2nd sector, so just not quite getting the exit needed through the keyhole. But looking at the middle part of sector 3 to not be too bad. The car's still working quite well. You see still up towards the front, Corey Shepherd still in locked in a solid battle there with Jordy Senior 2 for 2nd place. That gap still hovering at the 0.3 of a second mark. No separation between either of these two cars. They work their way down through the carousel for another time. Race leader has just knocked back the lap pace a little bit now, back into the 122s. So that run of 121 laps that we saw from him now come to an end. He's put himself up a nice comfortable 2.5 second margin, soon to be 3 seconds as they work their way up towards the keyhole while everyone else continues to battle. But good race control from the Eltis team at the moment.
The Eltis car definitely seems to gain more margin through the later half of this stint.
Yeah, absolutely. It always starts out about a quarter of a second. Although, to be fair, Sydney on that up only a 10.5 lost. But I do feel as though unless someone goes for the no stopper, they have got this one sorted out to James Scott. I mean, no one else is really dropping off their pace as such. Ooh, was just a little bit of mess up on the screens, but no, should be fine. Yeah, everyone's pace is so good at the minute. Everyone's in the 22s. Everyone seems to be pushing as hard as they possibly can. There's been no sign of any fuel saving, which is a massive shame to me. 25 degrees track temperature, quite cool actually. Remember, it got up to the mid-30s earlier on in the event. It's now 5:30 in the evening on the 15th of May, iRacing default day. And there will be quite a picturesque, I imagine, by the end of the race. A few shadows starting to be cast across the circuit. But but yeah, not a whole lot longer for these for these drivers on this tyres if they choose to come into the pits in the near future. 45 minutes to go in the event. And, this is one of the closely fought battles on track. Dyke versus Bowden is just in the background, and Bowden is going to be able to get past. He's managed to drop, in fact, that is him getting past his own teammates is a real bonus. So probably a little bit choreographed there, although Dyke is staying right on his tail. I doubt they'll want to scupper their chance of catching up to the couple of drivers just ahead. KRF, the driver's seat, they were right on the tail of, but they've been able to catch up to Fishing Motorsports 008. And it does seem like Bowden will be leading that charge now up to the drivers ahead. A little bit further up here is the Fishing Motorsports and KRF for the driver's seats battle. And on that last lap, 0.6 of a second faster was Rob Harris in 12th place. That's his pace advantage. He needs to make it pay on circuit, and then only a little bit further up the road is EXG. So certainly a top 10 available for a few of these guys. I think beyond 8th place is going to be a little bit too far, but certainly a top 10 is possible for any one of these. As Tanks SRT have swapped positions again, I think this is necessarily the best way to gain yourself some time. You can just see it in the background, I believe, there. And Bowden is back ahead after all of that, but that's that's not particularly efficient from the pair.
No, really solid scrap though between both of them. I know we're seeing a lot of airtime scoring as both Tanked SRT, but definitely Fishing Motorsports involved in that one in the hands of Jamie Dyke at the moment. So good scrap between the two teams as they continue on. I did almost see Rob Harris last time by up into the keyhole, almost reprised the same move that we saw from Bowden only a lap ago, and a big dive from the outside to the inside, just not quite close enough to get that change of position done for him either. But these two fights are starting to really heat up as they continue through their stint.
Nice to see a couple of cars on track that are actually having a real ding-dong battle. Both cars getting a bit slide on the exit there. So it's nice to see cars battling and not just the leader running away. Yeah, this is good racing in the mid-pack.
You're just seeing word too from the chat as well. Cameron Beacock looked to have been hit by Cam Ladder, so that was the reason for that car coming in for their stop, and that probably also then speaks to the damage that we're seeing on the back on the nose of the Kenneth Ladder car as well. So a little bit of damage between those two, and back underway. The bonnet's still missing from the EXG machine, but definitely not impacting performance or in a straight line.
Yeah, of course, Taipan losing a few positions when that kicks off, but then I unfortunately missed them coming into the pits. But they should be able to get to the end of the race now from here, so it won't be too disastrous for them. 10 seconds stationary, so I'm not sure if they took tyres or not, did Beacock. Here is a replay. I'm not sure if this is the right one. I think this was the redress from the Loxton car, and then the incident happened a few corners earlier on than that, but I think Beacock with too much damage seemingly from that, and although the car looks fine, he soon came into the pits right there. That's on lap 129 of this race, so he will have to do about 40 laps to get to the end of the event. So that should be all right for him. Shouldn't be as much of a stretch as the other Joseph Platt, so a little bit less than 40 laps, probably about 36 or 37. That he'll have to get under his belt will be very quick over the next few to the end of the race. Meanwhile, CG Sim Racing not quite putting the same pressure as they were on Premier Racing Team, and Zuva right on the back. These guys have been so close to one another all day long, all these teams. But there's been an incredible lack of overtakes, frankly. I mean, they are just incredibly evenly matched. I mean, I think there's probably, you could put a blanket over all of them, 2/10 of a second per lap separates all of these drives from all of these teams. And around this circuit, that's just not enough in order to overtake.
And throw into that also too a circuit that's notoriously tricky to get a pass done on, especially with how competitive it is. While you can get up through turn 4, you've really got to get the run from the keyhole in order to make that work. So while everyone's as tight as they are, it's going to really make it quite difficult. And you're going to have to get quite inventive as to where you're going to go through to get that pass done. Just keeping an eye too, just on those 2 cars ahead of this little fight with Senior and Shepherd. That gap just starting to stretch a little bit in favour of Geordie Sini, to 0.6 of a second. So he's been able to make a little bit of margin, has withstood a huge amount of pressure being applied to him from Shepherd, and now starting to show the reward of that and get a little bit of an advantage back in his favour. Our race leaders, meanwhile, for Logitech LSG, have continued to check out that gap up to just over 4 seconds now. Just caught a quick glimpse of them in the bottom of shot, but they've checked out and they're clear and continuing to extend on their gap that they previously built up.
Pretty much matching them on that last lap were Sini and Shepherd. About a 1/10 of a second slower than James Scott out in the lead, which is really as close as anyone has got. Let's see what the times are this time round, whether Scott can get back into the low 22s, or whether he'll be planted in the mid 22s. It's a 22.42, so very consistent. And then Sini 22.88, Shepherd 22.61. So maybe Sini just with a slide or two on that lap. He did lose a few tenths of a second compared to his previous lap, which was a 22.5. And it's putting the pressure back onto him and just relieving Scott as well to a few tenths of a second. It's almost perfect laps. Maintain the gap, but you can't do perfect laps lap after that. That's simply not possible really for any driver. It's impossible to drive at 100% all the time. And so just failing to match that consistency of the race leader. 0.8 of a second. Zuba still close to CNG Sim Racing, but no Cigar, and also Zuba Racing Team 209 down there in 6th place. Of course, started right from the back of the 209 machine. They are up into 6th place at the moment. The highest gain is 18 places gained, which is a lot more places gained than anyone else out on circuit.
Absolutely. Considering too, we did see that car come through a drive-through penalty early on in the first half of the race, which dropped them again back to the tail of the grid. They've come through fantastically well to get themselves up in a good championship position. The battles down in the midfield still continuing on. Tank SRT and Fishing Motorsports still embroiled in a very solid battle here, although the Tank car's now closed right up on the back of Rob Harris, KRF Motorsports. So these three now getting together for a good fight over 10th position. And we're going to see a few more cars come up into this. Looks like we should see Jamie Dyke. Fishing Motorsports also caught himself back up on the tail end of that, along with Simon Chadwick, who's having a very stout run there in the 14th spot. So we're going to see a nice little fight between 4 or 5 cars as they work their way through to fight over 10th. This is going to put a lot of pressure, though, on Rob Harris to maintain those brake markers and continue to keep that car ahead.
Still remaining on the 5 mistakes that we're seeing through the following double right-hander just ahead. A couple of drivers have run too deep here and then spun up the wheels on the outside, spun around the car. For the most part, the driving today has been really good. A few mistakes from drivers. I don't think we've seen any kind of big wrecks so far. We've seen a few bits of contact, a few redresses needed, but there's so many drivers still out, so it's still on the lead lap as well. Everyone bar Granton, O'Gloglin, in in 21st position for Frogleap Racing, and also Pro Choice Automotive a lap down. That is it out on circuit. Meanwhile, here is Ogden. In fact, this is just lap traffic, I believe, racing around him. Sean Chappell's just coming to the pits as well. But that's actually second place, Geordie Sinney, just making his way past. And Corey Shepherd going right within that gap, just coming back down to 3/10 of a second again. They lost another half second to James Scott, who is starting to open up that gap again. Ooh, Sinney with a slide. And he will have to come into the pits earlier, we think, than the others. Because the others pitted under safety car conditions. And we're not sure if they filled up to a full tank or not. But Sinney may want to come into the pits a little bit earlier than his rival, seeing that he has got older tyres on, and he may want to even out those tyre stints. As Synergy come into the pits with Jordan Ross. That will be the last pit stop that team will need to do today. And let's see how quick their pit stop is and whether or not they come out into traffic. But I don't know about you guys. I like that move. See, when you've got two cars out there in the top positions, why not change the strategy? Why not put one on one strategy, put the other on the other strategy, and kind of really try to manipulate the race? Because they've got a good chance now of that team who's just come into the pits of potentially getting track position with those fresher tyres.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is a good idea to play the way they're doing. I think you basically keep your two weapons sharp, and you can go in for a good run in the event that something does happen. I mean, we've seen this incredible battle continuing on for second, and by all means, we want to see it continue. But in the event there is something that may happen, if there's a little bit of side-to-side contact or something that sees both these cars have an unfortunate issue, they're in a prime position to come back through and gain a couple of additional positions as it all unfolds.
None of the front runners reacting to that undercut from Synergy. Just still pounding round. I mean, they could go to lap 62, something like that, we think. But you would doubt that they would do that, just because you kind of want to even out how long you're on each set of tyres. But if they filled up the tank, might see, particularly Premier, who usually like to go for the alternative strategy. They may just go as fast as they can, then put a splash and dash in right at the end. Taipan back up into 16th on the recovery track now. Cameron Veacock still in that car. And up into 16th position once again. 2 seconds now up to fast lane. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, that's the corner that they had problems at earlier on, and I think it was a similar instance to that cost them so bad.
Yeah, that car, fortunately, able to get back underway. That was involving the number 11, the Century Motorsport car, currently in the hands of Steve Martin. So that'll definitely get the attention of race control, and more than likely we'll see another redress as a result of that. I'm sure those two will get back into it, so keep an eye on that one. The battle for second still continuing to heat up. We've got the MM Racing car just ahead, with Michael Dumbrell just ahead in the 007, so we should see that car just step to the side as he gets onto the back straight and allows this battle for second place to continue on.
One thing I would like for the organisers to do, and I don't want to criticise the series, but I'm going to go out there and say it. Century Motorsports should be given the car number 100. I mean, I think that should just be like given. They should just be given that number. I appreciate maybe other teams want the 100, but they should call themselves a better or a more appropriate name than that, because that would be very nice. At the moment, Century Motorsports running the number 11 car, doesn't feel quite right. So if one of the higher ups of AOSC could make that change, would be appreciated. This battle has been going on for a while. I believe Harris maybe got passed on the last lap. I'm not quite sure, but Bowden's coming back now. Bowden was slower on that last lap for the KRF, or Texas SRT, so KRF, the JRC are the team defending. And they got 3.4 seconds up to EXG Motorsports in 8th place. Kenny Latta still at the wheel of that car. And they've got to be careful because they got that next pack of the Fishy Motorsports cars. Where's the other Tanked SRT as well? I think we had another Tanked SRT earlier on, unless maybe that maybe has just been corrected, I believe. But yeah, that Tanked SRT car at the moment running in the top 10 positions, albeit the positions might be a little bit mixed up due to the pit stops that we've seen. Jordan Ross now at the back of this little pack. He's got a lot of overtaking to do as Jordan Ross. That's turned out pretty bad for Ross, I think. I think he was expecting a bit better than this. The 143 CNG Sim Racing Cup was running in 3rd place fourth place before the before he made a pit stop. Went for the undercut on the other drivers, and he's come out in a lot of traffic. I'm sure his pace in clean air would be plenty good enough, but he's risking at the moment, even if he just matches the other drivers, if he's not necessarily losing time and matches the race leaders, you'll have all the tyres near the end of the race, and that's not exactly what Ross wants. On that last time he did 22.92, which is much slower than Kobe Jones for Zuba Racing, who he was battling with half a second slower. So yeah, this could be turning out badly for Jordan Ross, and kind of just shows the dangers of pitting in early, as we see a change for 2nd position, and that is the Corey Shepherd car, the 017 Premier Racing team, moving up to 2nd position for the first time in a while. Can CNG Sim Racing come back? Well, the door was open for Jordy Tinney, but he chose not to go for it, and that is a pivotal move. And maybe as we move closer to the pit stops, Premier feeling that was the right time to go for the overtake.
Yeah, it was a really solid move there. He set that run up for quite a lot of laps there, and a nice solid move down in through the keyhole, gets back in front, and starting to already gain a little bit. I think to just keep quickly touching back to Jordan Ross, judging by the pit stop time, it was only 12 seconds stationary, so I believe that one might have purely only just been fuel going into that car, and if that's the case, he might struggle a little bit towards the back end of this race with the tyre life.
Yeah, do we know how long it takes to take tyres? I think it's something like 12 seconds in it. I can never quite remember. Brett Loxton into the pits, by the way, from 5th position, so he was a little bit by himself too. There was Loxton, so he may as well go for the undercut and throw the dice. Already out of the pits is Loxton. Where is he going to be in comparison to Ross? This could be close, you know. Maybe if we could get cameras on the 209. Coming out of the pits. No, I think Ross is still going to have the advantage. Yeah, just moving ahead now, but that's closer than it was before. Oh, yeah, it was close, wasn't it? 143. So Ross was about 3 seconds clear before. And now he's going to have all the tyres at the end of the race, so that's a bad strategy there for CNG Sim Racing. It hasn't worked. He got put in too much traffic, and he couldn't deliver the pace that he needed. And any chance of them finishing in 4th position is over now. Pursuit Sim Racing, what's happened to them? They've just had a little bit of an off for a moment, Tom Freer, but they seem to be back on their way, as might see a change of position. Zuva moving ahead, and that is past the CNG Sim Racing car of Jordan Ross. Ross will try to battle for as long as he can, but Zuva just too quick. Fresh tyres, maybe the cooler temperatures on these tyres just helping them out as well. And he's been able to get ahead, and that strategy for CNG has put them from effective 3rd position, or effective 4th position, sorry, down to effective 2nd.
Yeah, a lot of that time was left to when we saw him get up behind the 2 Fishing Motorsports cars there while they were scrapping, and that was down around the 11th position. We were keeping an eye there on Rob Harris as he was going around with Jamie Dyke, and those 2 Fishy cars just came out just at the wrong time for him there, so he's going to have a lot of work left to do now if he wants to get that car back up in past Brett Loxton here, but Brett's not going to be an easy contender for him to cycle through. So be interested to see where he can continue to come back at this moment.
Jamie Stovall just putting in his fastest up of the race. Just suddenly highlighting green on our screen there. James Stovall racing for Pursuit Sim Racing, and that was a good time for him, just for a moment there. Did the Pursuit Sim Racing? Yeah, so Tom Freer did have an off on the last lap then. You know, Scott Newton tried to maybe try to catch that on the event viewer, but he lost a lot of time, 12 seconds. He lost it. He must have gone a long way off the track. Hasn't got any damage. He's just gone off into, I don't know, Illinois or something. And here it is. Too much speed.
Yeah, grabs the front brake there and then rotates it up into the fence barrier. That's a little awkward there.
It's not often you see a car nose into the wall.
So that's Freer's chance of really putting any pressure on the top six gone now. It was unlikely anyway, but Pursuit will be annoyed with that. Remember, they were race leaders for a little bit. They didn't take tyres after the first pace cut. But since then, it's been going downhill. Freer had that awful restart, didn't he, under the first or the second safety car, where he was slipping down the order, lost about 5 places in the first 2 laps. Hasn't really recovered ever since then. Kobe Jones, has he just come into the pits? Jones. He has just come into the pits and he's in 5th place. He is 3.7 seconds clear of Ross, 3 seconds clear of Loxton, and he's cleared Bowden as well. So whoever brought him in on that lap, that was good. That was good timing. Nice one from them, because they didn't want to have to pass Bowden and they left it just to the right lap. Where he could come into the pits and stay ahead of Bowden. That's one less overtake that he's had to do. So that is 4th place, pretty much locked in now for that Zebra Racing Team 2 car. Might have the opportunity as well to put in some good laps here and put some pressure on Corey Shepherd and Geordie Sinney for Premier Racing Team and CNG Sim Racing in 2nd and 3rd. We are still waiting for our top 4 drivers to come into the pits, and a few others as well. Bob Bowden in 8th place, and a handful of others who still need to opt in.
Shouldn't be getting too far away either for the next stop for the Altus car. So they were lasted on lap 122, which was just when that safety car was deployed. So just short of 30 laps in their stint so far. So we should be seeing that car cycle through the lane with just about 20 minutes left to go in this one. But very controlling out front. I'd be interested to see where the likes of Shepherd and Sini are going to filter back out when they come through for their stops, assuming they still have another stop left in them. But just judging by the gaps that we've got between them and Tom Freer, that could really see them drop down a little bit further.
Freer still with a stop himself, however, but quite sure what Freer's strategy is going to be. He's going to be overtaken by Jones and Loxton, Ross, Bowden, Delaney particularly soon. He's not careful. Jones with the fast up the race now. 21.75 on those fresh tyres. That's half a second faster than Corey Shepherd in 2nd place. And if I was Shepherd or Sini, I would be into the pits right now, because the pace from Kobe Jones threatens of an undercut, and he could find himself in the top 3.
Yeah, he had himself a blistering pit stop time too. It was only 10 seconds stationary, so only the minimum amount of fuel going back into that car to get it home. So, yeah, for the other guys now is about the right time to start reacting. Track temperature still continuing to come down marginally, down to 24 degrees. And we've also lost a degree on the ambient temperature as well. So it's starting to become a lot more favourable for these cars to really start setting some blistering lap times to conclude this race.
Synergy in. They are listening to me. I like to think. Coming into the pits is Jordy Sinney. So this will be pretty much the last chance for them to put pressure on Premier. Lost that position on track, and now they are trying to get it back during the pits. But Luxton putting in some good times, and this will be potentially quite close. You know what? Taking tyres is Johnston. Johnston taking tyres.
And a driver swap.
And a driver swap as well. And so that's dropping him way down. Oh, what terrible news for Synergy Sim Racing. Oh, this is such a long pit stop right now. What is going on? Has he spared on pit entry, I wonder? Because even with the driver change and the tyre stop, that should not be anywhere near 30 seconds.
No,
I think that's one of the faster driver changes.
Yeah, and they would have added quite a bit of fuel into that one as well, just to make sure, or enough at least to get it home. So the driver swap doesn't tend to get covered off on these short fuels.
But yeah, that's really a good battle actually for the top 3 positions. It would have been close between him and Kobe Jones, of course, for Zuba Racing. Does promote everyone up 1 place though with that. And Premier Racing Team now into the pits, and this should be quite comfortable this time for Premier Racing Team. They've got plenty of time. They can be overtaken by Freya. Freya still with another pit stop to make. And so even if Freya does make his way past, it should be all right for Premier, who's on the pit exit. Now, where's the Zuba car in comparison? This will still be close. Shepard coming out of the pit. Here comes Kobe Jones, and it is close, but Premier just ahead. That just shows how quick Jones has been. He took another half a second out on the last couple of laps, and he's right on his tail. If he wants to get second place, he's got to overtake right away, whilst Fury is holding him up.
Yeah, he needs to get that move done nice and cleanly. The sooner you can do it, the better, because the longer you stay behind most of these drivers are really going to start anticipating the move, as we see Shepard closes right up onto the rear bumper of the Pursuit Sim Racing car there. Thinks about trying to stick the nose in over the top of the crest, just not close enough. But that's going to also now bring Brett Loxton up into this battle as our race leader drops into the lane for their final stop tonight. We'll keep an eye to see whether James Scott will stay aboard that car to bring it home. But this is still a fantastic scrap. The guys now working their way out of Thunder Valley up towards the carousel. Shepard now took him quite a few laps to get that move done on Jordy Sini during the last hit. He's got to do it all again with Tom Free just ahead, but Free's going to consider that pit stop as well as Scott gets back out in front.
Scott with a 6-second lead over the rest, so all simple for the race leaders, and always something goes wrong, doesn't it, in the team events, particularly for Logitech. There's always some kind of setback. Often never easy on these team events. But today, this has been as textbook as you like. They've been leading almost at every point of the event. And looking very good. But here comes Shepard past the car of Tom Freer. And now Zuba Racing Team will be right past base soon as well. They've got Loxton 5 seconds further back, so a bit of time for Zuba to make this move. But then at the same time, because they want to put pressure on Premier, we've got 16 minutes left to go. And so we will probably get in 12 more laps, I imagine, for these guys. Yeah, 12 more laps, I think, to go. So we should get to about 166, 167, which is approximately what we thought anyway, to get to the end of the event.
Yeah, let's keep an eye too on Damien Johnston down in that 11th position. So we know that car had the driver change. It also had tyres. Last time by for them, they were the quickest car out on circuit, a 1:21.75. So definitely got the pace advantage on board for them at the moment. They're going to start closing up on the guys around them who are going to have to drop back in the lane for an extra round of stops. Next car up ahead of them, 4 seconds up the road, that's Jamie Stovall, who you just see ducking out of shot. Then you've got Ben Christensen as well for ANZ Motorsport. So these guys are starting to work their way back up into the fold, another 21.8 as they cycle their way through for another lap. space. Tom Freer still going further up the road. And he's got Kobe Jones ducking in behind him. So stop imminent for Tom. But definitely going to get a lot of pressure applied to him by Jones behind in that Zerba car.
Surprised Jones hasn't been able to clear Freya sooner with the newer rubber on the Zuba.
Here's an idea. How about, as Scott smashes the fast up of the race, could Tom Freer be going to the end? Could he be trying to extend that fuel out in
No.
order to get to the finish of the race? I wonder if we could ride on board with him for just a moment, see if he is lifting and coasting at all. But we've only got 14 minutes to go, and I am shocked and disappointed. Mainly the latter, that no one has gone for the zero stop. You know me. I like the alternate strategy. I like to mix it up. I really think that you could have done 40. Well, they pitted in on lap 119, didn't they? Under the pace car. Was it 119 or 122? Yeah, 122. So if we get to lap 167, you only need to do 44 laps. We've seen drivers do 41 laps already. So why did no one go for the no stop lap? I don't know. But maybe Free is trying that. I'm not hearing a whole lot of lifting and coasting there. It sounds like he's driving normally. So we've got a car just off ahead.
Todd May, Pro Choice Automotive.
His pace, 22.7. So the most of the drivers behind him at the moment, it looks as though he'll probably finish this race. But should he come into the pits again, at least, probably on the outskirts of the top 10. Yeah, maybe 7. But Ben Christensen actually is quite a bit slower than him at the moment. So yeah, that should be 7th place for him. As here comes, that's 393 car of Todd May, and he gets past.
Interesting to see them sort of. Sorry, Dan.
No, we're always fine.
I was going to say, interesting to see the Pro Choice Automotive car sort of defend there against Tom, knowing that he's the faster car, but it seems to have made way for them now, so it's system's normal. Wonder if we'll see Tom in this lap or the next.
Come on, Tom, stay out. You've got the fuel. Come on, just, I don't know, use it from your pockets. Or, put some sweets on the back of the car or something. Use some energy just to get to the end of the race. Come on. He's still going. And this is holding up Jones a lot. So the Jones-Loxton gap a few laps ago was over 5 seconds, down to 3.3, and on that last lap he lost 7 tenths. So he's got to get on with this one as he goes deep around the outside. Car number 2.
Never pass around the outside, Kobe.
We're set up a good line on the exit at least. But it's not probably as good as he would have hoped. It's 2 tenths of a second. Okay, this is definitely within passing range. He'll have to go defensive if Freer wants to hold on to this position. No. So Jones, he holds back, and we have seen the Zuba cars. I'm not sure if it was Jones earlier on or maybe one of the other Zuba cars. It's just very cautious in their overtaking so far today. I think it was actually Loxton who was being very cautious. So we've got a drive-through for the 097 car. And that is the Brenton car, or for Leap Racing, who has got that drive-through penalty. I wonder if that was for the incident with Todd May a few laps ago. We've got this four-way battle still out on circuit. Going defensive is the 95. The 95 SS1 team. We haven't seen quite so much. We saw a little bit of them earlier on. They were having a good run earlier on, then had a couple of setbacks. They're back up into 14th place. Battling with Taipan, who of course were battling for 7th place earlier on. Would almost certainly be in the top 10 right now if it weren't for a contact that they had. Came in for an early pit stop, and since then it hasn't worked for them. I think just to fix some of the damage that they picked up. But it's been a frustrating day for them ever since.
Yeah, they seem still continuing on.
At least he stayed off the fence.
Yeah, May with that incident. Also, of course, the incident that has caused the drive-through penalty for the other team, for Frog League Racing, wasn't it? Who got that drive-through penalty. I know for the 95 SS machine, KRF, the driver's seat just ahead of them, and then Buzzing Esports managed to get ahead of a bunch of these guys, which is good for us. So they have been running a little bit lower than that for most of the race, up 9 places, second highest gainers of anyone out on circuit today. Alex Schuler currently at the wheel of the 197 machine, and actually just at the first stop of the race, so everything's going towards them right now. And they've got the capabilities perhaps to start pulling away as they have to come into the pits. I did not see the last time that they came into the pits. And so they will come into the pits, and that was all rather useless. Had some good pace though at the end of that stint in fast lane, but yeah, they need that pace early on, and they will come into the pits and drop well behind.
Damien Johnson now up onto the back of Jamie Stovall, and Stovall similarly closing up on Christensen here. So one car with fresh rubber, new fresh driver back in behind the wheel in the hands of Damien Johnston there. A couple of guys still cycling through on a little bit used tyre rubber at the moment, so it'll be interesting to see how these guys are able to position their cars enough just to hold station at the moment. But this is potentially battle for what could be 8th position for Johnston if he's able to sneak his way through on these two. Rob Bowden jumps into the lane, so that will take our Ben Christensen now up into that 7th position. He flashes across the line.
And this is all for position. Remember, all of these guys made their pit stops. All going to the end of the race. And so a move here would be very important. We'll just point out Tom Fear still going. Still going with 7 minutes to go.
Thank you, Sam.
And I'm just saying
that gap is down to 2/200ths of a second at the moment. Just saying.
I mean, if he gets a podium from this on Fear, then I mean, remember Fear spun. Fear lost 12 seconds in one lap because of that
And
spin.
sliding very much.
And now, yeah, old tyres. I mean, it didn't sound like he was lifting coasting, and to be fair, he could be not lifting coasting and still get to this point. So if he comes in on this lap or next, then there was never any attempt to cut to make it to the end. He is just approaching the pits at the moment. Does he come in? Oh, I think he might be actually. No, I think he stayed out. He stayed out again. He's still going. Come on, Tom, you can do this. 6 minutes to go.
I'm just surprised at the amount of time that Kobe Jones has hemorrhaged being stuck behind Tom. He had fresh tyres and he looked set to go with Corey Shepherd in the 017 car, so I'm surprised at that.
Fortunately for him, Brett Loxton isn't catching up to them anymore. That gap went from 5 seconds, went down to 3. It's back up to 4 seconds. I don't know what's happened to Loxton now. But to be fair, Fear's pace is just good, even though his tyres are like really old. He's actually got some good pace. Here comes the 440. Ooh, that was nearly on. Damien Johnston going for the move, and now there's contact, and I think that's going to need to be redressed.
He's just sort of straightening him up on the way through, so it'll be interesting to see what race control makes of that, but I'd say play on.
Ooh, Freya! Wide, and he's lost the place. It's
Car
another
number
mistake
6.
from Tom Freya. And yeah, you're right, it's number 6 that we've seen. Oh, Fu will be so annoyed with that poor pursuit. Well, if he comes into the pits now, it was irrelevant anyway. But if he goes to the end, that is a big mistake from Tom Freer. She's so reliable, but that's the second big mistake that he's made, and was very fortunate that it didn't turn out worse.
Pushing too hard at this stage of the race.
But he's going to the end of the race, surely. Surely. We've only got 4.5 minutes to go. It'll be 3 minutes to go by the end of this lap. Surely he's saved enough fuel to get to the end for the 2:01. And I think 4th place he would still be decently happy with. But certainly a podium should have been his. He has now got he's got 3.5 seconds to Brett Loxton now. And Loxton just ahead of Ross at the moment in 5th and 6th places. But yeah, Loxton and Ross not with particularly good pace at the moment. Freer up into 4th though. So teams who haven't pitted then are just Pursuit Sim Racing and then the 10th place team of Fishy Motorsports. And that's it. Everyone else has come into the pit since the last pace car, but yeah, these... Oh, that sounded like lifting coasting. So he's trying to get to the end of the Fishy Motorsports car.
Yeah, it's a lot of lifts in coast. I did just hear too that Race Control have issued a redress for the Damien Johnston car following that contact. So that's going to be awkward, especially now given that we're starting to see... well, actually, he's actually swapped back around with Stovall now, so he's back on, and fair play to close out this final one.
Freer doesn't come into the pits again. So Pursuits are going to the end. 3 minutes to go. The race leader will cross the line with about 2.5 minutes to go, maybe a little bit less than that, 2.25. So we should have 2 more laps to go after this one. 2 more laps to go after this one. So it will be 166 laps then that we get in. It won't quite be the 167. Here's a 10-second lead for Logitech G out to C-Spot. So yeah, 2 more laps for that field to last with Pursuit Sim Racing. You have still got good pace. Tom Freer still remaining in the 22.9s.
Yeah, they've kind of now fallen off the back of Kobe Jones. He's extended the gap out to 2 seconds, so comfortably sitting in that 3rd place. Freer, though, not going to be too far off, coming under a lot of attack from Brett Loxton there, so you're going to have to be cautious again. He's already fended off for quite a long time with Kobe Jones. He's going to be back at it again. Meanwhile, Damien Johnston and Jamie Stovall back at it again for the 8th position. They've fallen a ways behind Ben Christensen following that little bump and run we saw only a couple of laps ago. So it'll be interesting to see if Damien can get past him, whether he's going to have the tyre life to just close back up to Christensen, but time definitely against him now.
Christensen's probably gone now. He'll be able to close on that one, 2.7 seconds. That one is up to, but Stovall is a possibility. Maybe place would be nice for Pursuit. Should be, apologies for Synergy, should be so much more. Remember that car running up in the top 3 for much of this race. It was running 4th before the pit stops. But with an extremely long pit stop last time, in their last pit stop, it kind of ruined any chance of them getting a strong result, unfortunately. But I think they may have even been 3rd, but battling tightly with a couple of other teams. 50 seconds to go, and the race leader has just started his final lap of the race. And Tom Freer stays out again. He's going to do it, Tom Freer. He's going to go from the safety car to the finish without a pit stop, and that is admirable to him, as long as he gets to the end, of course, which should be fine. And you do wonder, he lost 12 seconds with that spin. If he was 12 seconds further up the road, he would be currently in a comfortable 2nd place. He'd only be 7 seconds off Scott. You combine that with that half spin as well, where he lost a couple of seconds. And could have been a lot more for Pursuit Sim Racing. So Freer will be pretty relieved that they went for the right strategy and got a 4th place. But a second place was very possible for them. But out in the lead, as we tick over the 4 hours, I don't think there's going to be any confusion about this time limit in this endurance meeting. And after getting a little bit fortunate, it has to be said, at Silverstone, this one has been fully earned for James Scott and Brady Myers. They have dominated, as they did at Alton Park, as they did at Bathurst, and they're going to take their second team victory of the season. James Scott, Brady Myers, Logitech G AOSC Esports win at Mid-Ohio. They win the 650 kilometers, and that was a perfect performance from them. Possibly the best performance we've seen in an AOSC endurance event for a long time. Premier Racing Team finishing a strong second place, and Zuba Racing getting a podium. That might be the first podium I've seen Zuba Racing Team get, so congratulations to them. Pursuit with Tom Free at the wheel managed to pull off the zero stopper towards the end of the event. And further back, Damien Johnston does get ahead of Jamie Stovall. So it's not ninth place this game for Stovall, it's only going to be the 8th. It will be Synergy Sim Racing in 8th place, Pursuit Sim Racing in 9th place. And the rest of the drivers will soon cross the line as well. Managing to get to the end did Blake Delaney. Had to save a lot of fuel, did Delaney, near the end of the race. But he's not actually at the line yet, so he is now at the line now, Delaney. So he manages to get to the end, also trying that no stopper after the pace car. But Daniel, that was, like I said earlier on, about an hour ago, we always see something go wrong in the team events. They're never easy. But that was for Logitech. The safety cars could have put them out of play, but their pace was just so overwhelming to the other teams today. And they drove absolutely perfectly. There was no stopping them all race long. And that is a stunning race victory, and really just goes to show the level of driving that James Scott and Brady Myers are running at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, neither driver put a foot wrong tonight. They led quite comfortably from start to finish. They picked their way through the traffic where required, and they did everything they needed to do. Probably the biggest things that helped them from those restarts was they would put in 5 or 6 hard, fast laps, gain a nice little bit of a buffer, roll it back just a fraction, manage those tyres and fuel cycles all the way through their stint. And they controlled the race beautifully. So another fantastic win for them. That's 2 endurance wins for them now. And for James Scott, continuing winning ways throughout the course of this championship.
Yeah, he's making a habit of it. That's 7 out of 7 now. 100% record being kept up by the class act of the field. But it should be added that Corey Shepherd was certainly a match for him today, and really helped out with that race win. I think we can go through your finishing results now after 4 hours of racing. Not quite 650 kilometers. It was about 620, I think, by the end. But it was close enough, eh? Logitech G AOSC Esports win out 11.3 seconds clear of Corey Shepherd for Premier Racing Team. Then it was Zuba Racing Team in 3rd position. Pursuit end up in 4th. Then it's Zuba Racing, Synergy Sim Racing, JK Signs in 6th. ANZ Motorsports, Synergy Sim Racing 440 in 8th. Then it was Pursuit Sim Racing and Fishy Motorsports pulling off that alternate strategy in 10th. Then it was KRF, the driver's seat, Taipan Esports, 95 SS1. They did a really good job in the end, actually, did that team in 13th. Actually, credit to Taipan for finishing in 12th after a real tricky final hour of the race. Tanks SRT were in 14th, Fishy Motorsports in 15th. Then it was Fastlane Esports, EXG Motorsports, MM Racing, 18th. Right Sim Racing Red in 19th, Century Motorsports in 20th. Then it was Fog Leap Racing, Pro Choice Automotive Racing a couple of laps down. And not finishing the race was the EXG Motorsports Black Car. And look at that. The acute safety car does beat a couple of things, albeit United Sim Sports and Overdrive didn't actually take the start. But, you know, don't tell Nick Halser that, because I'm sure he'll be delighted with not finishing last in that race. We got quite a few drivers in. It's a team race, obviously, so we're going to have double the amount. And we will first drag up our race winners today. We've already had a chat with one of them, of course, but we've now got Your race winners, Logitech G Out's esports team members, Beauty Mars and James Scott with us. Congratulations, guys. It's another race victory. James, in that last stint, I was shouting in the commentary room. I was saying, go to the end, guys. Go to the end. You don't need to pit. In the end, we saw Pursuit go to the end, and it worked pretty well for them. Was there ever a temptation for you not to pit in that final hour after the race, after the pace car?
No, pretty much. We worked out that we needed about 16 litres, and there's going to be heavy fuel saving. We worked out that the pit lane is so short that the time you'd lose on track saving fuel, you might as well just come in and take some fuel and get some fresh tyres.
It certainly did work out absolutely perfectly for you. I mean, Brady earlier on, throughout the race, it looked so easy for you guys. I mean, in these team events, something normally goes wrong, but despite the safety cars and despite the strong competition, you guys just seem to streamline your way through. I mean, you must be surprised by almost how simple that race ended up to be.
I'm a little surprised, but the car was just on rails all race. Just our tyre life and consistency was just absolutely mega, and I think that's what helped us manage to nail out those consistent laps all stint long, really.
Yeah, we spotted, Brady, during the stints, your pace advance seemed to be maybe like a quarter of a second at the start of the stint, but then it seemed to open up to half a second. I mean, was that tyre saving and that tyre lasting kind of part of your setup for this meeting? Was that something that you were really trying to aim for?
Yeah, we really focused on tyre conservation and making sure we had a car that let us have good drive and good overall consistency. And I think we managed to achieve that tonight. So I'm really happy with our efforts tonight.
Definitely. And James, you're up to 7 out of 7. Now we go back to the individual races. Le Mans, I believe it is, for a first 300 event. I mean, what are you planning for? What do you think the format's going to be in terms of like pit stops and in terms of strategy for those 300 events?
It's a good question. I'm not sure, to be honest. I think maybe a 2-stop race, which will be quite good for viewing as well as being a part of. It's good to see some new formats coming in this year. And yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Well, before we let the pair of you go, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Obviously Brady put in a flawless drive all the race, so it's been awesome to race with him over 2 races, and hopefully we can keep it going into the next Enduros. And obviously all our great sponsors, Logitech G, Astro Gaming, Cube Controls, Own 3D and Racetech Seat.
Awesome. Thanks for having a chat with us, guys, and yeah, best of luck next week.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
So that was your winning team of Logitech G Outers Esports. Next up, we are going to have a chat with Premier Racing Team, and Daniel is standing by with them.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Corey, Brian, congratulations, gents. A fantastic result tonight. Second place overall. Walk us through the opening stint for you guys. We were a little bit miffed as to what was going on with the strategy. We saw you come in through lap 10, Brian. Brian, when you got the car off the line, and how were you guys determining how you were going to run the strategy tonight?
Yeah, well, thank you for the night as well. But with what happened, we got a good start. Everything was going to plan. I clipped a little bit of curb and probably clipped a little bit too much because it gave me a slowdown, and I had the pack behind me, and with the new update, how it gives you the timer of how much time you've got to clear the timer, the slowdown, I was 2 seconds to go with the slowdown, but I had 14 seconds remaining to clear it. I didn't know when you go into the pits that 14 seconds automatically disappears, and it gave me a 41-second hold in pit lane. So it gave me a penalty, which was very unfortunate. That wasn't a part of our race strategy. So that's the reason why of the early pit. And plus, I was having internet problems. So I didn't want to be in front of the pack with, a little bit of lag.
That's interesting because I know when we were commentating the race, we kind of threw up a myriad of options that could have been, tyres not really where they needed to be, maybe short on fuel, or maybe missed the qualifying change and didn't get enough fuel in the tank. So interesting to see that was a result of the long stop there. However, once you guys got out, unfortunately, you found yourself right at the back of the pack. You saw the car go a lap down. You're able to reclaim it. And then with the pace that both yourself and Corey, you guys looked really, really strong out there. You found some solid competition with Damien Johnson and the guys at Synergy Sim Racing. Were you finding that both cars were pretty equally pegged over the course of the run? Because it didn't look like there was much between it from our viewpoint.
Definitely, when I was in the car, it felt even, but I knew Corey had P2 pace all day long. So he was the only one who was able to probably, keep the gap down to the James Scott and stuff. But yeah, between my stints, I was very comfortable with the cars that we were around.
And Corey, probably the only question I've got for you, mate. New, obviously, for the Enduros, a new driver pairing, both yourself and Brian, for this particular one. How did you find both you guys work together to get through the course of this one?
Yeah, very good. It was very good to work with Brian. We had another Enduro not too long ago, and it didn't exactly go to plan. We got a bit unlucky. But yeah, this one really went to plan.
Outstanding. Next week, we're off to the first of our 300k events. We go to Le Mans. Very different circuit to where we've been so far over the course of the year. What are your impressions going there? Obviously, we haven't seen the supercars around that circuit much. It's going to be very heavily dependent upon the draft. How do you think these big Australian supercars are going to handle the high speeds of Le Mans?
From previous experience, I reckon it's going to be one of the most exciting races on the calendar. I know everyone thinks it's a long track, but the draft is mega. And, when people race, and race right and, just work with each other, it brings awesome racing. So I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, these cars are different to the cars that we did previously race at that track. So with these cars, with the aero that they've got, I think it's going to be some really good racing.
Fantastic, James. Well, yeah, we look forward to seeing both you guys out there on track, putting on a fantastic show as always. Before we let you go and enjoy the celebrations tonight, was there anyone that you guys would like to give a shout out and a thanks to?
I'd just like to shout out for, Corey, for awesome teammate. We work together really well. It is a new pairing and it's starting to work out how we need to do things. Sponsors, Racecraft Simulations, Opticoat, PPG, and all the other sponsors that are on my car. It's been very good to have them aboard, and yeah, we're getting stronger each time, so it's good.
Fantastic, gents. Again, congratulations on second tonight, and look forward to seeing you guys back out on track for the next one at Le Mans.
Cheers, guys.
So that was your drivers for Premier Racing Team there. Second place finishes tonight. And finally, we are going to talk with our third place team, Azuva Racing Team, Hayden Veld and Kobe Jones. We have got Kobe Jones already in with us, and now we've got Hayden Veld in with us as well, and they are standing by with Nori.
Thanks, Sam. Kobe, Hayden, P3 tonight. How was it from your eyes?
It was quite an interesting race coming into it. We didn't think we'd probably be sitting that far up. We had a crack with the setup, doing our own one this week, and it seems like it paid off for us. So we were just trying to motor through that race, do the best we could, and it paid off in the end.
Was there ever any option for going for an alternate strategy, or was it just the straight old fill it up and run it home?
Not. I mean, we have our amazing strategist Henry King, always helping us out. But I was always sort of going for that, fill her up, go to the end sort of strategy. There wasn't really much of a choice to go for the alternate. We didn't really think too much about going for that zero stopper at the end. We're always going for the stop and then go.
That's a good call. Myself in the box was cheering for that sort of strategy. I did see though at the last stop, Kobe, you did come out flying and got held up there a bit by Tom Frere. It almost wasn't until he threw himself off the road. Did you have anything for him? Because that gap was really tight at the end.
Well, we were actually expecting him to make another stop. We don't actually know how he managed to field save that, so props to him. But yeah, I think I was just trying to give him as much pressure as I could, and those lap cars definitely weren't helping. But I think in the end we may have had it, but it's not to think about now because he unfortunately made a mistake and we ended up getting through.
That's right. You're standing on the dice. Looking forward to Le Mans coming up. Is that something you're both looking forward to? Or?
I've actually never driven a supercar there.
Neither have I. No. It'll be interesting. There'll be lots of drafting, that's for sure. So I'm guessing that a few guys, probably most of them, are going to try taking wing out of the car for it. So I guess we'll have to see what happens.
And Kobe, have you jumped ship from ANZ, or is it just a temporary thing for Zuva?
Well, ANZ and Zuva, they're both actually in the same team. So for AOSC, I've just been running Zuva colours alongside Brett. But stuff like Scots and all that, I'm still running all with the same guys. It's just different colours on it.
Excellent, well done. Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to while you're both here?
Well, Henry, first of all, because he was there pushing us through that race the whole time. And then just to our sponsors, Zuva, Ultratune and Ratu.
Thanks for participating tonight, guys. And that's P3. Well done.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you.
So Zuva Racing there, finishing in third position in tonight's event. We are back for next week. I don't think there's a break week or anything. And next week will be Le Mans, of course. And no, that's what a crazy circuit that's going to be. I always find the most tricky thing with Le Mans is the fact that you've got to run so little wing. It makes the few corners extremely tricky, particularly Indianapolis and Porsche curves as well, where you got barely any runoff area and a mega high speed corners where you want a lot of downforce, but of course you can't run any downforce because of the Mulsanne straights. That's going to be a huge challenge for these guys.
Absolutely right. Daniel sort of alluded to it before. It's going to be a massive high ratio and then no wing at all. It's just going to be a downforce central sort of circuit. It's going to be interesting and it's going to be fun to watch. I'm sort of glad that I'm in the commentary box and not on the track because it's going to be a nightmare to sort yourself out for that one. But I think we're going to see some mega passes down into the chicanes on the Mulsanne straight. I also reckon the Ford curves are going to really throw the dice. I don't know why, but I've got a feeling things are going to go on there.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good shout. And yeah, Daniel, just looking to the next few rounds of the championship as well. We've got Le Mans, we've got Montreal, we've got Phillip Island and Barber, all consecutive weeks coming up. With a lot of other events as well going on in iRace. I mean, we're seeing a little bit of a few teams actually not be able to take part in this week. That's going to be tough for these guys, especially going around those circuits, a few of which maybe the drivers haven't visited for a while or potentially ever before, to be putting in the amount of hours that they need to get to their top level. It's going to be very tricky over this middle part of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, Le Mans is a new venue for these new current generation cars to go out. So that's going to be a unique challenge in itself, getting that sorted. Montreal, Phillip Island are two circuits that all the drivers throughout this championship are very versed in. They know how to get a car around there to the best of their potential. A lot of setups have already been built to help that way. So I don't think we're going to see too much. It's going to be too difficult for these guys to work their head around. Barber could be an interesting one, though. We've not traditionally gone there. It's new to the calendar this time. It's the smaller circuit in layout configuration, but it presents its own unique set of challenges, much like Mid-Ohio did tonight. It really requires you to get a car set up, flowing through the corners. You've got to be cautious of the understeer, a little bit of trail braking, especially to come out onto that front straight. So it's going to really challenge these drivers to get the most out of the cars and extract the performance that they need to get up for a win.
So that will be with you then next week, next Friday, similar time. I think maybe an hour later. Not quite sure what the start time for the 300 events will be, to be honest. But that will be really interesting because we're not sure what is going to be like. James Scott didn't know what format it's going to be. We usually have one stop for the 150s, I guess 2 stops for the 300, but really could be anything. I thoroughly recommend checking it out. Big thanks to the sponsors once again for this championship, because it would not be as great as it is without them. Acuta doing height, safety and rigging equipment for sale and hire. Jinx Shifters, Aussie made premium shifters and also brake bias and ARB adjusters as well. Race Circuit Arts Australia, making high quality CNC race circuits. Loads of circuits available. They're actually providing the trophies for our season 9 champions, which is pretty awesome. So that's certainly one hell of an award for the top drivers. 6th Gear Imagery, doing sim racing imagery, who will be posting on the AOSC Facebook page all the images from tonight. They always look fantastic, so certainly do check that out on Facebook. Also Wolf Graphics, who make Aussie-made stickers and really to a high quality them. And also West End Mazda 2 Easy Finance and Parramatta Isuzu Ute as well. They are Sydney car dealers, so if you're looking for a car in the Sydney area, go there, and they are led by team principal Jamie McKnight as well, who of course drives for United Simsport. So certainly do give all of those companies a try. Check out their websites and maybe purchase something or two from them to help support the championship. If you've enjoyed this video, please do leave a like on it. We super appreciate it. And please check out the Apex Racing TV as well, Apex Racing TV YouTube channel. Go over to there if you're on the Esports Network and subscribe to the Apex Racing TV YouTube channel, because we've got loads of action coming up, whether you're Australian, American, or based in Europe. We've got events all day long. We've got a few extra events actually coming up in the next few weeks, and that's in all types of different categories. Supercars, of course, and also prototypes, single-seaters and GTs as well. Also a little bit of off-roading and oval stuff as well. Also subscribe to the iRacing Esports Network as well for much of the same stuff as well. But for now, from me, Sam Fitzpatrick, from Daniel Leake, from Matthew Norris, and from Scott Newton, we are going to say goodbye. It's 7 out of 7 for James Scott. It's 2 out of 2 for Logitech G Outsiders Esports. Is there any stopping them? We'll see you back at Le Mans next week.